And then the second designer inspiration is going to be a little bit more advanced. It's going to be about encasing pieces, but we're going to go from very basic step by step. So even if you've never used it before, do not worry. Make a note of today's date and watch us back on the Jewellery Maker YouTube. Alternatively, just wait till the evening we get played, don't we? I have got some Easter egg bundle bargain madness, greatness, deliciousness for you today as well. I've got some seriously huge gemstones and 0 calories. Don't eat them. These are your wonderful Easter eggs. We're going to be giving these to lovely Spellbind as her challenge. Should we do this now? Let's do this now. I've got the 3 strands for you. If you are not friends with us on Facebook, if you haven't liked our page, you need to, because Designer Inspiration, a lot of the time, we've got something massive coming up that you really need to see. We put a few little clues and hints on there as to what we've got. You will have seen that I have got emerald for under £15 today, and storage boxes, well no, presentation boxes as a star buy as well this afternoon. So many goodies. This is your first Easter egg bundle, and these are sizable, aren't they? You have got your beautiful sodalite on the end here, and this is 500 carats worth. You've also got your agate in the centre here, 450 carats, and this is a faceted strand. You can see it sparkling away. You've also got your rhodonite as well, 700 carats on this. All of these are 14 mil, all of them. So if we have a look at the sodalite I adore because it's got this colours of willow pattern. So if you know the willow pattern plates that were said to depict the emperor locking his daughter away in a maze to prevent her being in love with the man she truly wished to fall in love with. It's got those colours about it, hasn't it? It's also very Valentino. Have you seen that huge, gorgeous blue and white Valentino coat, almost cape, that they have out this season? It's got those beautiful tones to it. It's got really high-end strand, really high fashion. You've also got the agate as well, which if we have a little look, it's your multicoloured agate in a sense. You've got greens, you've got almost these mossy forestry tones. You've also got really organic browns running through here as well. Some with beautiful transparency and some just so packed full of colour, they're totally opaque. This, I think, is a real year-round strand, isn't it? Almost got the autumnal colours in there, but also quite spring-like with the beautiful bright greens. And this again, 14 mil. This is the one with 450 carats worth. And finally, you have got your rhodonite as well. And this, I just think is such an interesting gemstone because not everyone, let's face it, not everyone likes really, really girly pinks. This has got almost a masculine pink to it because it's mixed in with the dark black and because you've got this matrix internally. I think it's just a really interesting, beautiful strand to work with. Now we are going to be giving these 3 strands to lovely Laura Binding as her challenge. So we'll see what she's created with these probably around 4:45ish this afternoon. But we're going to give you the chance to own it now. So get it now. Stay tuned and have a little look at what she manages to create with all of this later for some inspiration. And then with this, please make sure you send in your pictures with this bundle to the Wall of Fame. I think it'll be fab to be able to see what Laura's created, but then also what you've managed to create at home. So this is our designer inspiration. You know we're going to give you an absolute cracking deal on this today. You're getting 3 strands, not for £24.85. That's the price it should be. That's the price it would be if you went on our website now and got these separately. Your price today is a huge discount. You're getting it all for just £16.95 for all 3 of these strands. And let's face it, these are going to last you a time. These are going to be something that you pull out time and time again because realistically, you've got a lot of colours to work with here. If you create a white piece, then you've got, oh, well, obviously this will go with all of them. If you're going to be working with greens, you've got plenty there. Your blues, you've got pinks, you've got blacks, you've got browns, you've got oranges. There is so much you can do with these strands. And also, no matter what wire or what metals you've got at home to work these in, they're going to work out really just a great addition to your staff. That is such a huge carat weight amount. 1,650 carats worth you get in total within this. That's working out just over a penny a carat actually, isn't it? When you think of it like that, you can understand what an absolute deal this is. And it's a workable shape as well. You've got some with the faceting, you've got some that are just the plain rounds, but they're all really sizable. Imagine working all these 3 strands into one piece. Obviously you wouldn't use the whole strands, it'd be pretty heavy if you did, but just 1 or 2 from each. Got loads of double buyers on this one. Thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. I hope you're excited to see this new Viking knit. I can't get over it. I really can't. I'm so excited to see these demos today. Laura Beading, you're plugged in. Hello, lovely lady.
Hello.
How do you feel about your challenge?
Yeah, it's fun. It's going to be good. Gonna have a play.
Any ideas?
No, I'm just going to have a little, I don't know. Got a few ideas.
A few ideas. You're just going to look and see if they have a little chat to you. So, Spellbind, we are coming to you probably in about 25 minutes. Give us a little bit of an idea of what your first design is going to be.
Well, it's Viking knit, but not in what you would typically associate Viking knit to be. So when you do the Viking knit, you think of the chain. So I've done something a little bit different, but everything on the piece is Viking knit.
I love. Now, we are joined by wonderful Spellbinding, and we have got a little piece that she's going to love this section. We've chosen all of her favourite gemstones, and we have called it Laura Binding Gemstones. You'll be really happy to know that we've not got a silly picture of you.
I was going to say, there's no dodgy picture this time.
Not this time.
Not this time.
Not this time. You're fine. You're safe this time. So we're going to do all the gemstones that Laura absolutely adores and loves. Where are we going to be starting off? There's nothing in there. Oh, lovely. Turquoise. Oh, cheeky deal on this, by the way. Have a look at this. Now, why do you love turquoise so much?
I just love the colour. Clearly.
Obviously.
Yeah, no, I just love the colour of it. I just love all of those kind of blues and greens, and the shade of turquoise is just, to me, such a vibrant colour. I just love it.
It is, and this in particular, there's a lot of the turquoise tone through here. There's not a really heavy matrix of browns and blacks. It's really pure turquoise colour, which is stunning. This is a really lengthy strand, 80 centimetres, double strand we call these ones. Now I'm going to do you a cheeky deal on this. Turquoise is an interesting one. Myths and legends and lore says that people, especially the Persians, used to actually adorn themselves with turquoise on their pulse points. So they'd have it as, say, a long necklace going over the heart, or they'd have it as a bracelet, because they believed that it would help give their pulse strength and hopefully help them stay well and healthy. Now, turquoise itself, to be given this name, it must be really high quality, and I think you can see already that it's gorgeous quality in here. Really vibrant, almost stereotypical turquoise colour, if that makes sense, and that's what I really enjoy about this strand. I have to admit, for me, colours, when turquoise has less of a matrix like this one does, for me that's just more pleasing. I just appreciate it more because I think the colour's brighter. 155 carats worth of these nuggets you've got, 80 centimetre strand. I'm doing you a cheeky price today. It's a tiny £6.95 for you on this today for a really lengthy strand. Genuine, beautiful, stunning turquoise. Now, if you were to have this strand Spellbind, what would you think of doing with it?
Well, the first thing I would do is probably a Tree of Life, and I know that sounds like a bit of a broken record.
No,
but Tree of Life with the turquoise and the silver looks really lovely together. And I've made a couple, and they seem to be the best sellers as well with the turquoise, because I think of the colour of it, it really pops. But you know, there's lots you could do with it, a cluster ring, if you wanted just like a cluster of the gemstones. What's really good with nuggets that people forget about is you can make beady beads with them.
Yeah.
So you do the same theory that you do the beady bead, but when you do it with the nuggets, it just changes the look completely. So it looks like a little cluster of gemstones, and it looks really cool. And just have that on a pair of earrings, or you know, anything really.
They are really easy to work with, nuggets, aren't they? I think especially if you want something a little bit unique. And actually, producer Pip has turquoise. He has a strand of turquoise doubled up as a bracelet, and it's this strand exactly, is it? It's this strand exactly that he's created. And it's feminine, but it can be masculine as well, can't it?
Yeah, definitely, because it's got that kind of, it's a neutral blue, really.
Yes, you're right. And apparently one of the most popular colours, blue, isn't it?
And again,
you'd obviously agree.
Both me and Pip have them, because when Pip said he was getting some, I was get some for me.
I know, I remember on the show, I remember that. Pip's gone, oh yeah, I remember now. £6.95. Hello, thank you very much for joining me. Greatly appreciated. Pauline, Jacqueline, Janet, Lily, Trudy. Love that name, Trudy. I'm big on names, me. Big on names. £6.95 for you. You're going to have to get it whilst you can, though, because this is going to be a popular little one today. I can tell that instantly. There's loads of you online, and I've just heard Pat in Mallorca's back, is she? Oh, hello, Pat. £6.95 for you today. These are flying out, so please do be quick. We've had a busy morning. I imagine this afternoon's going to be the same, especially with my brand new tool and bits and bobs. I'm very excited. We're going to bring you a drawer plate and a, what's it called? The cloth, conditioning cloth, separately as well, which is exciting. I've got some smoky quartz here for you now. This is a really light, delicate smokiness in this one. Isn't that unusual to get such a lovely, it's symmetrical, it's got symmetry in the smokiness, but isn't it unusual to have it so transparent? And to have that symmetry is quite unusual as well. 220 carats worth. Now these are your 9mm. I do have to say I adore having in these slightly odd numbered in sizes. A lot of the time, you know, a few months ago you'd pretty much only see, say, 8s or 10s or 12 mils from us, but you requested to get some more uneven mils in, and we did it for you, and this is one of those. 9mm, 30 centimetre strand. What is it about smoky quartz you like?
Just, again, it's the colour palette. For me,
Yeah.
I mean that would go beautiful with the turquoise. Every single colour that I've chosen all just go beautifully together, and they will all work with each other as well. And you can either really zest it up with silver or something like that, but you can really bring it down with the browns and the golds and the bronze. So
I see. You can see that it does go.
Yeah.
It just pops, doesn't it? It really does. It's kind of a bit of a staple smoky quartz, isn't it, really?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, for me, it's like I always think of it as a mascara. So if you want to go for bold, then you go for the black gemstones. But if you want that sort of more subtle, natural look, then you go for the brown or the smoky quartz. That's how I think of things.
I love that. I love. Do you know? Isn't it exciting to be in Spellbinding's mind for a moment?
Necessarily.
30 centimetre strand of smoky quartz. Think of it like mascara. Your price today. £14.95 for you on this. 220 carats worth as well. It's got a really interesting appearance to it. This delicate smoke, we don't see that often, and I'm actually really excited to bring it to you because it's just gonna go with everything. It's gonna add pop, or it's gonna cool down even some pieces. DSRU 99 for your smoky quartz plain 9mm rounds today. How about one of your favourites? Been voted your favourite in the Jewellery Maker Awards 2 years running. Oh, hello. Aren't you pretty? Why Labradorite Spellbind?
I love the shiller on it. So it really is just because I just love the fact that you can do that and you get that bounce of colours.
Yes. And you don't really, obviously I'm twisting it at the moment just to give you all the appearance, but you don't actually have to. Even if I'm just holding it still, you can still see these bounces of colour, can't you? So beautiful. What do you think of the shape as well? Unusual shape. Faceted ovals they're classed as. But they have got the flattened top and base. What would you think of doing with this shape?
I would think of a little cute pair of earrings. You could have a really over the top pair of earrings. You can have quite a few on some chains, sort of just every time you moved your head, they'd just catch all of the light. But you could just have a simple little drop on a little stud earring if you want to keep it a little bit more simple. So you could go really dramatic, or you could just keep it really nice and simple. And again, rings, you'd make a really cute little ring out of that. Cute little pendant. They're just, I love them. And from here, I can see all of the Schiller from here. It's just beautiful. And they're going to be a sort of a talking point, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. Do you think people know Labradorite now? When you have it on your stands, do you think people...
No, I think if you're a jewellery maker, they do.
Yeah.
But if you're not, then it's not that well known, I don't think. You know, I've gone into my daughter's school before with some of my stuff, and I've said, oh, do you know what Labradorite is? And they've both just looked at me and gone, nope, no idea.
And do you think that helps?
Yeah, in a way, because they're drawn to the stone, because obviously it's so unusual.
Yeah.
If you think of in the world of someone who doesn't make jewellery, it's going to catch their eye, and then you can talk to them about it, and then you can start to explain what it is and why it does what it does, and you know, get all the information up, and then you sound really, really knowledgeable.
Which is nice, isn't it?
I was going to say clever.
Knowledgeable.
Knowledgeable.
50 carats worth of this today. It's a 28 centimetre strand. They're from around 7x4 to 10x5. You can see the faceting is just working exceptionally well with this Labradorescence, can't you? It's so interesting. Your price today is a stunner as well. £6.95. The quality of this, you can see it instantly, you know the quality. Sometimes it's quite tricky to work out what the quality is just by looking at it, but I think with Labradorite it's just so clear straight from the off. You can see the amount of Labradorescence on this, and that tells you this is high quality. Sometimes I have seen in the past Labradorite which hasn't got any colour play on it hardly at all. Not on this channel. Our Labradorite is getting better and better and better. I've said it a few times. Every month it seems that it's just improving. But in other places I have seen Labradorite, even cabs, that just have nothing exciting really going on for them. This is totally the opposite. This is exciting, this is interesting, and it's only £6.95. EYNV74. Get your hands on it today whilst you can, because woo, really popular on this strand, really popular. Thank you very much everyone who's popping it in their basket. Make sure you're checking out. Just check out your baskets. When you click to say you want it in your basket, it's not until you actually double click it, in a sense, to check it out that it's definitely yours. It's only £2.95 postage. And actually it's Monday, isn't it? So you might even, if you're lucky, get this in time for your Easter Day. Easter Day on Sunday. Have you got some Easter eggs?
I have for the children.
What about yourself?
No.
What about the hubby?
He's not really a chocolate person.
Is he not?
Yeah, no, he's like he's a savoury person, crisps and peanuts and things like that. So, no.
It's not really his time of year then, is it?
No, not really.
You're creative. Just get like crisps and mould them together into like an egg shape.
I did get him, there's a shop in Bristol, and it's like a bit of a retro cake shop.
Yeah.
And so they did it where you could fill, so they had the chocolate Easter egg.
Yeah.
And then you could fill it up with the like retro sweets.
Oh wow, that's so cool.
So I did that for him. I think that might have been last year.
Oh, and this year you're just not bothering.
I didn't really thought about it. I've got the kids. He's probably not watching.
He's probably not watching.
Sorry.
He's there, out now, getting you a huge handmade.
He's told me. I told him not to. I'd rather sit down and have a bottle of wine or something with him.
Oh, woman after my own heart. £6.95, 50 carats worth here. You're going to have to be quick though. Those 7 who've got it in their baskets need to check it out for me as soon as you can, please. I don't want you to miss out on this. Lily, you've got yourself a few as well. Good on you. Pauline too, Maureen, Helen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're checking out your basket. £6.95. Let's get another. Okay, hang on. Let me just shimmy this out. Oh, these are so exciting. Now, we've been talking about Schiller, haven't we, and Labradorescence. I'm going to bring you something with Schiller now. Cabs. If you are into soutache, or oh my days, look at them. I'm bringing you moonstone cabs now, and these are rainbow moonstone. You know, we were talking about quality and the fact that you can see shiller, and that often means with things like Labradorite and moonstone that is high quality. Look at the quality on these cabs. Please say you can get it in this light. There, can you see that blue shiller? I'm getting way more of a power pack from this. Can you see this blue? Do not forget, with this type of thing, it is harder to see in the studio environment purely due to the cameras and the amount of glass that the light has to go through. Let's see, can you see some on this one as well? Look at that, that's like a proper rainbow there, isn't it? You've got salmon pinks, you've got yellows, you've got blues in here. Isn't that gorgeous? You've got 190 carats worth. Now, in mine, come here you, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cabs I've got. Wait, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 I've got. And obviously you might not get 11, you might get 12, you might get 13, you might get 14, but they'll be smaller, or you might just get 5 whoppers. It's done totally on carat weight. So 190 carats worth you'll definitely be getting. 190 carats worth, if I lift this up, you'll be able to see, this is what it sort of equates to, 190 carats worth. You've got some massive ones. They could be 26 by 16 mil. If I measure this largest one, let me have a look what I'm working with here. Oh my goodness, mine's huge. Mine's got to be about, let's have a look. About 3.5 centimetres, my one is, in length. See? It's huge. But then you do get some smaller ones as well. Some of them around, well, around 10 mil, some of mine look like. 10, 11, 12 mil maybe. So you're gonna definitely be getting 190 carats worth. If you're into soutache, of course, your imagination is already going wild. But what else could you do with them apart from just soutache? I know you love to work with these shapes, and in fact, you're working with something that's got a bit cab-esque for the.
Yeah, you could probably apply this. Yeah, you could tweak the design.
Yep.
For a cab, you'd have to tweak it slightly because obviously I've used a drill hole, but
yeah.
I just love working with cabs. In fact, I've actually come in today with an order that I'd made, and the Labradorite cabs are in there for me, for my personal use. So, you know, I've made some rings. I love just doing the simple netting of them, so you can just net them. I think I did it on a late show the other week, and just net it, and then I just finished it off with a little tiny bit of Viking Knit just to give it a little bit of decorative difference, really.
Yeah, to give it a little
but there's lots you can do with a cab. You can wire wrap it, you can soutache it, you can use it in your polymer clay, you know, anything like that. You know, friendly plastics, you can create your own kind of bezel around it. They are really, really versatile, and I'm really annoyed that they're on this show.
Yeah,
I would have been buying them otherwise.
We do it on purpose.
Yeah.
These have got wonderful amounts of colour plate. Trust me on this, you're not getting as much at home as you will do when you actually get it. I've got loads of web bids on this. You're going to be in love with the price. 190 carats of your cab rainbow moonstone ovals. The price, just £14.95 for all of these. Trust me, the colour play is astonishing. It's so exciting to see it. It's so beautiful to look at. And if you haven't worked with a cab before, this is such a great way for you to start off, because you're going to be getting probably a selection of sizes. Look at the moonstone. Look at that multicolour, that rainbow on here. Yellows, oranges, pinks, blues, bit of green as well there, isn't there? This is just such a beautiful gemstone, and you can get your hands on it today for just £14.95. What I would say is you 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of you need to check it out. Check it out, because it's a cracking deal and it is just amazing quality. You can even see the shiller from there, can't you? That beautiful blue. And this is the type of effect you're going to get when you create a piece. You're going to be able to spot it from a mile off. Well, a mile might be a bit far, but a metre at least. £14.95. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of you still need to check out your baskets on this. You'll need to be quick if you want to get your hands on it, because I've got multiple buyers, and also I've not got that many left anymore. Possibly about 50% of my stock has gone on this. £14.95. Get it home to totally appreciate this gorgeous colour play. £14.95. 9 of you still need to check out the baskets. I've got more people coming in on the phone lines again. Hello, new telephone bidders. If you are new to us today, cheers for joining us. You're going to be getting your DVD and your JM Hub booklet, including a handy little book just giving you step-by-step tips and helps and little ideas as well. The DVD is really good. It's got loads of kind of the essential pieces and techniques you want to be able to do to be able to create some really interesting pieces. You'll be getting that with your first order as well for absolutely free. £14.95 for you. And if you are new to Jewellery Maker today, I have got some new 2 pieces for you. So do not worry if you haven't got everything you want yet. Get your gemstones and your goodies now, and then later on I'll be bringing you things like your tool essentials. £14.95. 3, 6, 7 of you still need to check out. £14.95. I've got low quantity on this now, so low that I'm going to have to take it away. Stay on the phone. You have still got a chance to purchase if you're really quick. What did you say then, my love? Citrine. Why do you love Citrine so much? Lovely binding.
It's always going to be the same. It's the colour range. It's the fact that for me, all of those gemstones are more toned down. They're more sort of like pastel-y rather than being bright and vibrant. I love the sort of more earthy tones, and I love the fact that they've just got like a richness to them.
They are really rich, these, aren't they? And these are your plain drops. Now, it's not often we actually get graduated plain drops, I don't think. We don't see them that often. What would you think of doing with these? They always look like liquid nectar, don't they? They've almost got an amber-like colour to them. What would you think with these? If you were maybe creating something, what would you do with them?
Well, I don't know. They're asking to sort of almost be like drops on something, aren't they?
Yeah, I agree.
So almost like a tassel necklace. What you could have is one of those smoky quartz stones, and then just have a selection of chain coming down at different lengths with a couple of those to sort of drop in.
I love that, almost like a waterfall kind of. I think that's a really beautiful idea.
Yeah.
20 centimetres on this strand. It's 70 carats worth of citrine. The thing I like about this is the 2 that are closest together right in the middle, they're the same size. It's unusual you get that. Normally with graduation you might just get 1 big drop, won't you, and then the others lead off, but you've actually got 2 really big centre drops here, around 13 by 9 mil on these ones. So it's a really interesting effect that you're getting. And that essentially could mean that you could create, you know, 2 pendants
or a pair of earrings
with matching pairs of earrings and still have plenty left over to do a completely different look. 20 centimetre strand, 70 carats worth of citrine. The price is just £9.95 for you. VYRU 56 is the code on this. Type it in, get involved with it. If you call the call centre, they'll be able to help you out and get this in your basket and winging its way to you. Don't forget, it's just £2.95 on postage or packaging until midnight today. And it's from Brazil, which when we think of citrine, it's kind of the location for citrine, really. 70 carats worth of this, and I do love the idea. They are just screaming to be dropped, aren't they?
You don't even want to take away any of the beauty, do you?
£9.95 is your price on this today. You'll have to be quick though, because already I had a really busy morning. Now, after the break, I'm going to be heading over to Spellbind for, I said earlier, it's almost your, if you've never done Viking Knit before, are we going to be looking at interesting ways of doing it, a start-off position almost?
Yeah, we will touch on how you actually do the knit itself. And it's a nice, simple way of doing it, and I think it will hopefully take away the fear a little bit, because sometimes you can be quite intimidated by it, but actually when you look at it, it's really, really easy. So hopefully that's what you'll get out of it.
Hopefully you'll be able to have a go along. Don't forget, I've got new tools, I've got new Viking Knit, I've got new strands, I've got so much coming up after this.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back everyone to Designer Inspiration. I am going to in mere moments be heading over to lovely Spellbind, but before that we are going to give you the chance to own our Designer Inspiration kit. So if you're new to us today, what we do is we go over and we spend a bit of time with our guest designer and we'll go through step by step making up a piece, sometimes two pieces, sometimes we'll just show you sections of large pieces and then you can let your imagination go wild. But what we like to do is we like to give you the opportunity to own the kit so that you can watch us back on our YouTube channel and then you can play along at home when it wings its way to you. Now this kit is, there's loads going on in here. I've got loads of wire, 30 meters worth in total, silver 0.6, chartreuse 0.4, and more chartreuse 0.4. So two 0.4s in the chartreuse, so 20 meters of 0.4 chartreuse, and 0.6 on the silver. So I've also got 3 strands for you on here. Really wonderful, almost springtime garden tones, I think, in here. You've got this beautiful amethyst in these lovely plain ovals, I'd describe them as. You've got on this strand a wealth, 130 carats worth to be precise, 10 mil these ones are. You've got really gentle, almost pinkies running through here. Really Zambian as well. This rainbow moonstone is so special. You can see the shiller in that. Blues tones running across the surface on this one. That is 45 carats worth, and it's 4 mil, 30 centimetre strand in here. And finally, I don't think we have it on the channel enough because I absolutely love it. 55 carats of your green amethyst. And this is your graduated plain round from 4 to 5 mil. So a really gentle graduation on there, which is so interesting to look at. If I go to twist them together, you can just see how beautiful these work. They just have such an interesting look to them. That rainbow moonstone just keeps popping. Blues popping through there, the main colour I can see. Don't they just work superbly together? And finally, you're going to be getting 5 sterling silver jump rings. Now, these are called sterling silver jump rings. It's not what I would expect of a jump ring, if I'm honest. They're large, they've not got an opening, they are closed. They're almost like a hammered circle, essentially. Have a look. You're getting 5 of these in total, and this is completely 925. The size on these are 21 mil. How have we worked with these into our design? Oh, I can see now. As soon as she's just twisted around her design, I can see exactly how we've used these. Almost as the center of the piece, realistically. We're going to be learning how to create this today. Isn't that beautiful? Can you see the 5925 there? So let's reiterate, shall we? You've got 5 of the hammered jump rings, 21 mil. 3 strands. You've got your green amethyst, your normal amethyst, and your rainbow moonstone. You've got 2 0.4 in the chartreuse and 1 0.6 in the silver. Let's get your should be price in. So this is if you went on our website now, £36.15. Now, if you went to get these separately, that's what you would pay. That code that you can see at the top of your screen, XZGC76, is a discount voucher code. That's the way you've got to think of it. If you type that in before 9 o'clock, you're only going to be paying a tiny £22.95 for all of this today. 3 strands, 30 meters of wire, and 5 925 pieces. If you imagine it as 3 separate components, £7.65 for the wire, £7.65 for the gem, £7.65 for all that 925, £22.95 in total. The total saving on it is, let him do maths, XZGC76. This is your Viking netting projects, £13.20 saving, £13.20. You're saving on this in total. That is an exceptional, exceptional deal. How often do you go in the supermarket and get £13 off anything? You have today. It's just £22.95. And not only do you get all of that, you also get the chance to get a little bit of her inspiration. So what was the kind of feel for this when you got it all together?
Well, I actually did have this one in mind. So I actually was thinking I wanted to do something slightly different with the Viking knit. I wanted to do, you know, this sort of round pendant thing. I could see it in my mind. I was trying to explain it to Pip last week, but I knew what I wanted to do. And so that's why we had these
the jump rings.
Yeah, but I mean, you're absolutely right, and they're absolutely gorgeous.
They are stunning, aren't they?
And I'm going to try and get some because I just think they're brilliant. You get 5 in the pack, but you could use them for so much. But because they're closed, it's really handy because, as we'll find out when we start the piece, there's nowhere for the wire to escape. So it's really secure.
And especially with the thin gauges, that can happen quite a bit,
it can, yeah, because if you're using the 0.4. Now, I do also want to point out that that's what I had left. Bear in mind I've prepped using this as well. I didn't even open one of them. The reason we had 2.4s was because we weren't quite sure what I was going to do chain-wise.
Yeah.
And obviously if I was going to do 2 sections of chain, I wanted to make sure I had enough wire for that. So I've got all of that left, and I've got...
And that's after prepping.
That's
so when
after
we say
prepping.
prep, what we mean is, of course, she has to make the piece. She also has to do stages. So when she goes later on, and here's what I did earlier, all of that as well.
And
all of those gemstones.
All of those gemstones. So you can see that there's absolutely tons left. And
that is a huge amount.
You can make bracelet. I was thinking when I was making this that you can make a bracelet out of the side pieces, and you've got enough wire to do that. So, and I also made the clasp on the back of it as well out of the wire.
I love this clasp. We're going to show you how to make your own clasp, which I think it's got almost a, this can sound really weird, like elf feel to it. Do you know what I mean? I could see someone like Lord of the Rings or the Hobbits.
Yeah, it's
what I mean?
Quite organic looking, because I had to make it out of the 0.6 wire, so I had to make sure it was strong. But you know, and this is one of those pieces that you just, as you're working with it, it will build itself.
$22.95. What do you think of that price?
Yeah, I think that's brilliant. And you know, the colours are really beautiful as well. And if you had that with a nice white vest top on, a pair of jeans, and just going down town or down the pub or something, you know, it actually looks really nice on as well.
And comfortable.
It's really lightweight.
Really lightweight.
It's got no weight to it at all because it's all 0.4 and 0.6. So it looks really substantial, but when you put it on, it's just like there's nothing there.
Which is fab. That's nice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be showing you how to create this beautiful piece today. Stay where you are on the phones because there's plenty of you there. Do stay where you are. Tell me, how excited are you about the new Viking Knit tool?
I'm so excited about it. I was so chuffed when Hannah said to me, look what I got. I was like, ah!
Christmas early.
Yeah.
So whereabouts on this design are we going to be starting?
Okay, so starting off with the actual circles themselves. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Almost these flowers.
It was that kind of effect I was going for. Yeah. And you can see on the centre one, I've incorporated some of the gemstones. Yeah. And then I've left the silver ones plain. The slightly smaller silver one, I've deliberately got them all slightly different sizes. Yeah. But my wire actually snapped on that one. I was going to add beads on the outside, but my wire snapped, so it was fine. I've blended it in, so I can explain what happens if that happens to you. Luckily, it had built quite a nice circle, so it was fine. But I actually decided I quite liked the silver on their own, and then using that centre one
to draw the eye.
Yeah. So you know, you get 5 of these lovely little rings. So I've used 2 for the outside connector links, which I've just left plain, and I've used 3 for the rings. So the first one I started with was the green one. Okay, so for this one, you do need to cut quite a long length of wire off. And again, it's one that I can't really say how much to cut off because it depends how big you want the sort of circle to be. Okay. But I tend to use about, sorry, I've got a little plastic bit on here.
Can you add in to this? Not easily.
Not easily. No. I think you'd ruin the flow of the design. You could if you really had to, but I really wouldn't want to.
It's better to have more than less.
Yes. So I would tend to I'm not going to do it. I would probably have about 2 meters, so I'd probably do about 2 arms lengths. Okay. It is a lot, but as soon as you start building it, it builds up really, really quickly. Yeah. I'm not going to work with that because I'll probably blind you. You won't actually be able to see what I'm doing. So I'm just going to cut a...
Like, you're so considerate.
I am considerate,
aren't you?
aren't I?
You really
I
are.
know, that's why you love working with me.
I don't want to blind you.
I don't want to blind you. Yeah, I just don't want to get sued. Right, so what I'm going to do, so I'm going to explain this as it's looking at me, how I'm looking at it. Okay. So I won't be able to sort of do it in reverse, but what I'll do is I can explain it to how I see it. Yes. So you'll see it from the front. Okay. So I'm going to bring my wire through, so it's now coming through and facing towards me. And then I'm just going to wrap that a couple of times around. It literally only needs to be sort of 2 times. So if I just turn that around for you to see. Okay, yeah. Just sort of, I've got 2 wraps and that little one there is the tail. Okay. So what I'm going to do with that little tail is I'm just going to trim it. If you just trim it just slightly past the edge of the, it's really hard for you to see, but it's just slightly past the edge of the lip. Yeah, and what I'm going to do then is just almost crimp it to the back. Okay, so then that end will go on the back and keep it nice and crimped so you won't see it visually. But just make sure it's nice and sort of tucked in, and when you start doing the flower it will kind of go over that, so it won't really matter.
Okay.
So now the wire is at the back of the ring, okay? So I'm going to bring it over the front. So I'm going to do this to the side, so hopefully you'll be able to see this. And through.
Yeah.
But what I want to do is see this big circle here, bring my wire back through that circle.
Okay, so almost like a knot.
Yeah, it's almost like a macrame knot.
Yeah.
So you'll see there, hopefully. So it's going through around the loop. And what I will do, I'll do one with it going through and I'll do one without, so you'll see the difference.
Okay.
It will create that little cross,
I see.
just that little effect there.
Yeah.
And you can tweak them to be the size that you want and to control them and sort of space them how you want it to be.
Okay.
Then I'll do one without doing it, so you'll
Without
see the
looping
difference.
through.
Yeah, so if I did this one and I just pulled it, it probably won't.
Without going through.
Yeah. It's not really going to make much difference, to be honest. It's just gone through the other way, so it doesn't really make much difference.
Oh, it just makes the cross in a different
Yeah,
place.
it just makes it in a different way. It's just this part. It's the only time that you're going to do it like this as well. So it's just to get that cross going, okay? So you're going to keep going around.
And how do you keep it so the petals, let's say, are of similar size? Does it do it naturally, or do you just kind of work it to eye?
I work it to eye, but it will go to a natural size. So
I can see.
right, I've just done a couple without going through and a couple going through, and you can see the difference. You probably can't see it too clearly, and it's not going to make a massive difference, but by going through it makes that cross a bit more pronounced.
Yes, I see.
It is a bit hard for you to show that properly when you see it in front of you. Can you see that the two in the middle? That one and that one haven't really got it
they're
as
not
obvious.
as obvious.
And it's a bit more locked in, whereas here it's not so locked in.
So to
So I
go
can
through
do
is
it
a
like
bit
that.
better then,
Yeah, so
because
if I-
it's security.
Yeah, it locks it in. So if I do it like that, I can pull these apart like this and it's not as secure.
Okay.
If I do that, it's locked in.
So going, when you
So
go
you go
through
it,
loop
just pull it so it's going through that loop, and it will just, yeah, you'll see, you can just naturally guide and it will form its own sort of
shape and
shape
size.
and size really. So I'm just going to go around all the way once. Now I don't count how many petals I do. It's up
Okay.
to you. If you want to count, you might want it to be an even or odd number. I just sort of find that it will naturally sort of do
The
itself.
amount that will fit.
Yeah. Now, so I've done that right up to where I started. So I've got a complete little loop. You can tweak them about a little bit still as well, and you can move them and change the size a little bit, but that's pretty much it. So if I hold it like that, you can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I've done that complete loop. Now what I want to do is start building it.
Okay.
So my wire's here and it's met. So now I want to bring it to this little cross here.
Okay.
And this is where I apply the same technique as you do for a Viking knit. There'll be a little cross with the wires, and it's a tiny little cross.
I can see.
And that, see it there?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, if I keep it here, I'll see if I can do this back to front. Let me just see it from my view. Right. So I'm bringing the wire from, this is going to be from the back of the ring.
So that's just going through the whole petal.
So that's gone through the
section.
whole petal.
Yeah.
And then it's going to come back through this petal.
The next petal. I see.
This is the petal, it's working back towards its wire. So this is the wire. So I've gone over a petal to the next petal,
And then through
brought the
petal,
wire through, and then through this petal.
the one that's next to the wire. So you almost skip a petal to come back
Yeah,
to the next petal.
yeah, that's exactly right. And with this one, you don't have to worry about it going through the loop. And just, this is, you do need to control this a little bit. And just to control that that loop goes how you want it to go.
Okay.
And then you can see there, that's just one loop.
Yes, I
So
see.
then I'm going to bring the wire,
So you're going to skip a petal.
skip that petal,
Go through the second petal.
yep, bring it back,
And back
Through.
through that first, the petal that you missed.
yeah. And just try and get this, and then just pull it so it's not gone through any of the, and you can just use your thumb and it will just form that loop.
It's almost giving a doubled up effect, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, and obviously the more that you do this, I mean, bear in mind, this is what you will see. So if I was doing it like this is how I would be doing it. I would be going through that one. So I've skipped that one, gone through that one, and then back down through that one. 0.4 does like to be a little bit boingy. And then what I do is I control it with my finger. So my finger's here, and that's controlling that actual size of the petal. And also then I can put my thumb on and really control that loop.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just turn that around so you can see. Now what will happen is the more that you do, they will slightly verge out a little bit, but you can just try and control it.
Okay.
I do recommend good light, because I think I did mine and it was sort of, I haven't got the best light in my front room, and it does affect how you can see your little...
Where you're going.
Yeah.
I see.
So you just keep going around like this, and then so I just do one more. And like I said, I don't want that wire to go through this loop. I want it to sort of be in front, and again, just control it around like this. So there you go. That's how you form that little petal, just like that. And you're going to keep going round, and you can go round and round and round.
Okay.
So here's one I did earlier.
So how many times about have you gone round on these?
Just until I felt I wanted to add a bead. There really isn't.
3, 4, 5, 6-ish, 6,
Yeah.
7 on the centre one.
Yeah, and what you can do is you can count the little knots, really,
Yeah.
if you want it to be consistent, and make sure you've got the right, because you'll keep going and then you'll suddenly go, oh, and you'll have missed the end of one and started another circuit, so you have to go back round again.
I see.
So, because you can see there where these ones have got more than these.
Yes.
So you can see it does look quite off balance. You don't want to stop it in the middle of a round, really. You want to keep going the whole way.
If you can.
So, as I said, that's one that I've already done. Now what I'm going to do, so I don't need all of that wire after all that. I prepped it all and then I realised that I'm not going to be doing the whole thing.
You're not going to prep and do the whole thing.
No. So,
Doubt you'd be able to do all of it in an hour.
no. That's the one thing about Viking Knit. It is a bit more time consuming. You know, but if you sit down and you sort of, it's nice and quiet and you can really sort of focus on it, you'd be surprised at how quickly it does build up.
Yeah.
So to add the beads, it really is a matter of just threading the bead on and then continuing your knit. So bring that wire back up and you'll see, and then you just position it how you want it to go. And then I think I did one with a bead and then one without a bead.
Okay.
And I alternated them. So I went round all the way, oops. So if you see there, I've done one with a stone and then one without a stone, and then I would just alternate all the way around. Then when I did a complete circuit, I did one round without any beads.
Yeah.
And then I did another one with beads, but I alternated them so that
It's the opposite.
So the ones that I didn't add a bead on the first time, I added the bead on the second.
I see.
And I mixed it up with the two different smaller beads.
The rainbow moonstone and the green amethyst.
Yeah. So that's all I did with that. And again, and I think I did one more round just to go over all of the beads, so it kind of almost frames it.
Yes, it almost nestles it in, doesn't it?
So that's all you do on that, okay? And then what you do when you're happy with your, because you can't really see the green amethyst on that because it's such a lovely pale green, but when you look at it properly you can see it.
Oh yeah, you can see it really boldly.
It's just that they've just kind of, there you go, you can just like see them.
Yeah,
Okay, so then when you're ready and you've finished, leave your tail. So it's good if you can try and have a tail, because I'm going to use that tail to attach it to the next ring.
The next one next to it. Fab.
So I can kind of blend them in, okay?
Fab.
So you don't actually want to try and finish it off, you just want to keep them as they are.
Okay.
So then we do exactly the same with the silver, but the silver's the 0.6, so it's a little bit of a, it's more sturdy, definitely much more sturdy. So if I can just show you here, this one's a lot more solid.
You see that's much more rigid.
And this one's got a lot more flexibility to it, okay? This one is a little bit harder because you do have to really control it because of it being slightly thicker, but in the same way it looks really solid as well.
Yeah.
So with this one, what I want to show you is how, when you start to build the sort of circle up, the, I'm going to just say it's a rung, it's like this section.
Yeah.
It will start to get a little bit larger, which gives you an opportunity then to add extra loops in.
Okay.
So you can almost create a bigger, you can really build it out and really go to town and have a massive, so it can be really nice as a brooch, and then you could fill them up with a load of gemstones or something like that. So to do that, I've done exactly the same as I did all the way around. And this can happen, you can pull all of these out. So what will happen is you're working with it, they'll kind of scrunch up. So just use your nails or pliers or something, and then you can start to sort of scrunch to separate it out a little bit, okay? And what I want to do, whereas I've been going around these and going behind all of the crosses, I'm just going to go through the plain rung there. Can you see that? Just like, so I'm not actually going through the cross, I'm just going through that section there. Exactly the same, just pulling the wire around. I'm not going through the loop, just in front. Control it with your hand, so just control that and then pass that so you can see there. Yeah. So that's created that extra loop. Then
you're going to add another?
No, I'm just going to continue. So I've got I'm going to do it as I've been doing, through around a little knot.
That's clever, because that's so subtle.
It's just subtle, it blends in.
It's really subtle, and actually even when I'm looking at your finished design,
yeah,
that bit just melds in.
It does, and it just sort of adds into it. And then what you can do is you can do it on every single section if you wanted.
Yeah.
But I didn't. I just did it on the slightly larger ones.
I see.
Otherwise, you'll end up with some looking really squidged in, and then some. Yeah. So to keep it looking equal, you know, if I felt, oh, I'm going to skip that one, I could just skip that one, and then continue it.
Continuous. Yeah.
And then what we'll tell you, just literally keep going. And then as you get back to that point that we've just added, or, you know, the first one, you would treat that as you have all the rest, and just bring your wire out in between the petals.
And just carry on.
And carry it on, and then it will just build up and up. And then if it gets bigger again and you want to add more and again, you can keep going.
You absolutely can. The bigger you want it to be, the bigger you can. I'm going to give you an opportunity to make this, but possibly a little bit more high end now. So we gave you these hammered rings that are 925, and now I'm going to bring you some 925 wire in an alternate colourway. So you could make this seriously high end.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you could.
Working with 925. And what do you think this colour tone would bring differently to this?
Well, it would make it, again, it would make it look more earthy. It would make it look a little bit more sort of, I think, it would make me think of more like the autumn, or like the warmer days, so like the, you know, or going out on an evening, and you know, it's just because it's more golden.
It is, it's more golden, and it's very bright, isn't it? And
yeah.
It's just wonderful, natural tones. This is your 925, and you've got two of the gauges in here that you're going to need to create this look. You've got your 0.4, you've got your 0.6, and you've also got your 0.8 as well. Now you've got the gold plated in the the 0.8 and the 0.4, and then the 0.6 is rose gold, which I think just works beautifully. I'm sure you'll all agree with this together. Mixed medium is so in at the moment, mixed metals, isn't it? Massively. Yeah. And you can create this look. Now it is 925 wire. How do you find 925 goes generally on your stall and with your pieces and with people buying from you?
Well, surprisingly, you know, I don't do a lot of stalls or anything like that, because I don't physically have the time. Yeah. This is the only reason. I did do a party once a year or so ago, and I had about 2 items, I think, that were sterling silver, and both those items went, which I was quite surprised about, because I was thinking, oh, you know, they're going to be higher priced, but they went because they were sterling silver.
People recognise the name, don't they? People know that it's quality. Yeah. And I also think, but you know, tell me either way, I would also imagine if I was to buy from someone, the fact they could work with 925 for me would almost have more faith in them and their creations and their pieces. Do you think?
Yeah, I think obviously if you've got higher end gemstones, I mean, you know, I've got that stunning strand of amethyst upstairs.
Oh my goodness, it's gorgeous. Yes.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
That's going to be something I'm going to put my sterling silver wire with.
Yes.
That, because I've got these beautiful cut briolets, and they're stunning, and the clarity on them is amazing. So for me, that needs that higher end wire. I couldn't put that in silver plate because of the value of the stone. It kind of, in a way, it would devalue it.
Yes.
That being said, if someone said, I really love that, I can't afford that price, I could say, well, do you know what, I could do it for you in silver plate, or I could, and then you've got that versatility. Yeah, you can give them that option.
And I have to admit, I think if I saw a piece, if I saw this piece and then saw it in 925, even if it was a few quid more, I might go for the 925.
Well, yeah, because you've got that, but again, people like to buy gifts for people.
Yes.
You know, and again, it's having that reliability of the metal, because some people are very sensitive to certain metals.
Of course.
And plated wires. Some people can't even use them or even touch them, you know, so for
925.
that option, it's perfect.
Now you're going to be getting in here a metre of each of these. So a metre of your 0.8, a metre of your 0.6 and a metre of your 0.4. The price should be £23.85. But we are giving you a sterling silver saver today. It's not £23.85. We are taking off every single penny I possibly can for you today. £16.75 on this today. PIG C39 for £16.75. Every single penny I've got off for you, every single penny. We have gone so low on this for you today. You know the price of £925 normally. You're paying such a low £16.75. And don't forget, just because I'm passing on this saving to you, doesn't mean you have to when you create your pieces with it. If you're going to, you know, price this, why not price it to the normal price that you would be buying it for? Just because you're getting it on offer doesn't mean that you necessarily have to pass that on, does it?
No, but it does mean that you can do a very good deal.
Yeah, you can have the hagglers if they do come up to your stand.
Definitely, you know, and again, and also if you want to give it as a gift to somebody, you know, you're giving them 95 sterling, so they're thinking, well, you know, you are putting a lot of thought and a lot of time into your designs, and you are giving them something that is good quality item, but you've done it at a lot more cost-effective way for you, which means that you can really go to town on what you want to do with it.
Yeah. The 0.8 by itself on our website is £11.95. So for what, a £5 or more, you're getting two extra metres. That's special. £16.75. It's your sterling silver saver today. Get it before 9 to get this deal, or else you'll be paying way over 20 quid. £16.75 for you. Loads of you on the phone. Stay where you are. Right, lovely lady.
Okay. So all I did was, as you were doing that, I've just continued round and added a couple of extra loops in. Yeah. So you'll be able to see on the lot. So yeah, I've just built it up. And it's given it more of a petally look now, because otherwise you can keep it like that, but what will happen is it look quite, it depends on the look you want, but it'll kind of look almost quite spiderwebby.
Yeah, I see.
Because of that, but by doing this you're adding a little bit more petally into it. It just is the look you want, but as you build it up it will blend in anyway. And you can see there's one where I've just joined it on and it's exactly the same, so you can see that. So, and then I would just continue all the way around like that and build it up until I was happy. I just want to touch on what happens if your wire breaks, like mine did.
Yes, like yours did.
It literally broke as I was doing one of these little turns here.
Okay.
It just went...
Let's pretend that's broken.
Snap. It literally snapped. So, to be honest, that's all you need to do, is trim it. And it just make sure that that edge is nice and flush. And that sits into as part of the design, so just go over it with your pliers, make sure it's not going to come loose, and that's pretty much all you need to do.
So you don't even need to wrap it off?
Nope. And if you were going to finish it, then you just want to bring it round. So if I find that little one, where's that little one gone? So this one here. Yeah. You just want to be honest, just bring it down and almost just wrap it off on one of these little, just once or twice, tiny little wrap.
Just to anchor it back,
yeah. Fab. And it will blend into the design. You've got to remember it's a lot there, so they're not going to be looking for that little tiny, how did you finish that off? No. As long as you blend it in as best you can, but preferably don't, because you need the ends, ideally.
For a tail, yeah.
For the tail, so I had two that I had kept the tails on, and then the one that had snapped. Yeah. So I'll show you now how I just joined them in together. Fab. So if I can just grab the necklace.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. So if you can see here, what I've done, I don't even know if I take it off, if you can see it really. It might be a bit of a better view. So if you look on the back, what I've done is I have literally, can you see that? See it there? So I've used that little green wire and I've just basically sewed them together. Wow. To blend it in. And on this one, I did the same again because this is the one that snapped. This one didn't. So I blended the wire in, but then I continued with the tail all the way around and just did another quick
Clever.
round.
Little round, yeah.
And then that gave me my tail to attach it here.
Fab.
So using these jump rings here, again, using that tail, just wrapped it around the jump ring just to secure it. That's all you do.
That's fab, isn't it?
Okay, so you wrap that, and again, you just wrap it and then just cut it and make sure it's nice and squidgy. Being a 0.6, it's stronger, so it's going to hold it.
I see.
This one, because it didn't have a tail, I just cut a piece of 0.6 off and just added it to it and just wrapped it. So that's just a new piece of wire holding those two together.
But you can't tell.
But you wouldn't be able to tell, so it blends in. So that's the centre feature.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you how we do this, and again I'm going to show you now how we actually do the weave itself.
So this is how to use the Viking Knit. And I'm going to be bringing you the tools very soon.
The actual tool itself. Okay, so for this I've used a 0.4 just because I wanted the green, and I was just having I wanted to play about with an idea really. It's something I've never done before. Okay. So the first one, I did the first side.
Oh, excuse me.
I did the first side, and what I did was I just added the gemstones as I went. I wasn't really sort of thinking of the design or how many I needed, but after I did the first one, I counted how many I'd used. Okay, so after I did that first section, I counted how many pairs of stones I'd used.
Yeah.
And for the second one, and even for the prep one, what I did was, using my beading trays, I just put them into their sets of 2, which then meant I was able to just pick them up, do it, pick it up, do it. I knew how many I had. I didn't have to think about counting them on the tool, and also I didn't have to keep rummaging around for little pairs.
Okay.
So it's quite good for that. So that's just a little tip that I discovered. I'll put that down there. Whoops. So we've got the tool here, which is the Lazy Daisy tool. So what I'm going to do is show, I've actually just done a 2 loop weave. The little bit here is the daisy, and it's got 6 little holes, and that determines whether or not you can do a 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 loop weave. Okay, so I'm going to show you how I attach the wire and how I started off as well. Again, with this, I think I probably had about 2.5 meters or so. I'm not going to use that much because I don't know, health and safety.
My eyes depend on it.
Yes. Okay, so you would cut the wire off. Now, the way I found it the easiest is I thread the wire through the daisy.
So that's the little nose at the end, isn't it?
Little nose.
The little nose. This is what's on your screen right now. This is the quarter inch.
Quarter inch, yeah.
I'll bring you the ½ inch later on. Your Lazy Daisy Viking Knit tool, you're getting it by itself today. This is the first time we have ever done this. Normally you'd have to get the pouch and the conditioner sheet, the drawer plate,
Yeah,
and
it comes as a kit.
Comes as a whole kit. But this is the first time we're doing it by itself today, which is wonderful because we'll give you all of the bits you need to get your hands on a full kit if you need it. But you might already have some of the bits at home.
Yeah.
So it's great to be able to offer you this by itself. The price today for your Lazy Daisy Viking Knit tool is just £19.95. Think of our kit. Our kit itself, normally, wasn't it about £35?
£34.95 it is. For
£19.95 to get this today.
It's really good if you're unsure about using it and you don't know whether you want to invest in the £35 for the whole kit.
Yeah.
Although for me, I think it's brilliant because I keep everything together.
Yeah.
But it's also handy if you just want that tool to get used to using it, really.
Yeah, to give it a go.
Yeah.
Give it a try.
Yeah.
And we've used this tool to create the knit around the side here,
Yes.
haven't we? So we're going to be looking at how exactly to create this. So if you've never had a lazy daisy before, watch this next section with bated breath and we will show you exactly how to use it. And to let you know that at the bottom of the screen is the Viking netting project with the 30 meters of wire, all your gemstones, and the 925 as well, £22.95 with a discount of £13.20 today. So that's at your bottom of your screen now. So let's see.
Okay, so as I was saying, so you've got the six little holes, which enables you to create the 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 loops. Okay, and that's just it's up to you really for what project you're going to use. Obviously if you only do 3 or 4, then it's going to be more open. So for this one I've used 2. So I'm going to just put my wire through, and then you'll see on the tool itself there's 2 little holes. So there's one at the top, slightly higher, and then there's one slightly lower. You want the wire to go through the higher hole.
Yeah.
And just want a little tail, don't need to be very long. And then what I do is I just fold it like that. I just find that a nice easy way. The wire goes through nice and easily. I'm not fighting with lots of wire. For me, I find that the easiest way. And also, you know, you can use 1mm wire with this.
You've used 1mm wire on your second piece, haven't you? Which gives a totally different look.
Yeah, it does. It's completely different. So what I'm going to do is I've got my wire, and I'm just going to, because there's like little grooves. That's why it's a little sort of like, yeah. You can just
There's 6 daisies on this one.
6 daisies, yeah. So I'm just bringing the wire around. Now you see there's like a little line here. Use that as a guide. This is just going to be your anchoring on wire, so this will get snipped, so don't worry about if it looks pretty or not, because it gets snipped. Okay, so I've got that there, and I just put my finger there, and that just keeps it in its position. And I'm also just holding that little tail here. Because it is a 0.4 wire that I'm using, it can come out quite easily, which is an advantage if you're doing a lot of weave, but you just got to remember, so that it's just anchoring it.
Keep your eye on it.
Okay, so I'm just going to, so I'm going to go directly opposite it. So I've got
12 o'clock and 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so I've got 2 here and 2 here that are empty.
Yeah.
Bring that wire through, and again I'm still holding this little section of my loop here, still holding that, just to control it.
Okay.
And then just, there's my loop. So if I just show you, that's it. So if I
see
just
your loops there, yeah.
One there and one there.
Yeah.
Okay. If I, obviously, you repeat it for however many you want to do. So if you want to do 3 or if you want to do 4, you just...
So this is just a 2 loop, isn't it?
This is just a 2 loop.
You can do up to 6 on this.
You can do 6. So if you were doing a 6, you would do this to every single loop. If you were doing a 3, then you would just skip one. So you would, that's where you'd start.
Yeah.
Skip one, do a loop, skip one, do a loop. And then if you're doing 4, do it in pairs. So do 1, 2, skip 1, 1, 2, and skip 1.
I see.
So you can have a little look at it, and you can get, and then obviously if you're doing 5, just skip 1.
Yes.
Okay, so that's pretty much all you do.
Fab.
So there's a, what will happen, it's not so clear here because this is your anchoring on, but there will be a little cross. If I put those wires like that, there'll be a little cross.
Yeah.
What I want to do is bring my wire behind that cross.
Okay.
And you can see it's right behind that cross, and just gently, and you'll find it's got a natural tension, bring it round to a loop. Can you see that?
Yes, so it almost creates another loop underneath.
Yes, that's exactly what it's doing. And I tend to I'm just moving that tool around. When I'm doing this at home, I just rotate the tool around, and then that next loop's going to be
where you need it.
So again, you repeat the exact same thing.
Just going through it.
Now you do have to be a bit careful, because if you pull it too tight, especially when you have only got 2, what can happen is you can pull the gap.
Yeah.
You'll end up with a really sort of wide gap on one side and a more narrow on that side. So you just check your tension a little bit for that. Okay. But don't be afraid to sort of hold it as you're doing it as well. Okay. And again then, so now just to, this can get a bit confusing. If you can see here, you see that little wire going down there?
That's the anchor wire.
That's the anchor wire.
Okay.
My wire's anchored now. I don't need that. It can get a bit confusing because you can see it and you don't want to go behind that wire and catch it. So just go in with your pliers and snip it and remove it. So See, it's gone now. Well, it's still there, but
it's not as pronounced.
Yeah. And
Okay,
then you can just pick your weave back up. So again, see that little cross?
Yeah.
Just pull that wire down for you. See there, that wire's going right behind that cross. And just keep it all, and I'm not pulling it really tight, I'm just letting it have its own sort of tension.
Yeah, I see.
And then again, rotate it around, over to the other one, and again, just behind that cross, pull it, and you get that tension. Okay, now, the more that you do, the closer they'll all be together. So, you know, if you don't have the kit, if you have only bought that one, get a little pin and just use that to just pick up. Oh, it does come with a pin.
Comes with a pin. It comes with a pin already.
If it did or not.
Yeah.
This is saying, all you do is just pop that underneath to lift the wires up and then continue going.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to show you now. What I did was I did 3 plain rows. Okay. Try to keep your loops consistent.
Yeah.
Because it will reflect. It's not the end of the world if they're slightly larger, but it can, if you know, if there's some are like quite small and others are large, that will show. So I've got 3 little loops there.
Yeah, I see. So does that mean you've done 3 rows?
Yeah, 3 rows, and I've just done my 3rd row there, see? So I've got my 3 little loops on either side, okay? Now all I'm going to do is add a stone. So I've paired them out. Now I used 17 pairs.
I see, yeah.
So I started with the green amethyst, and I finished with a green amethyst pair, but when I counted out the sets, there were 17 of them. 17 sets. Don't ask me why, it's just how many I decided to stop on.
Okay. Whilst you're stranding on, we have had a text in. I want to let you know there's 6 of these in baskets you need to check out. It's from Karen. It says great value in the Lazy Daisy. It's at least £24.95 elsewhere. Hugs, Karen. Thank you very much for that, Karen. It is. It's a cracking price.
It is, and again, like you say, if you're not sure about, if you've been thinking about it and not sure about it, then it's brilliant to have it at that price.
Yeah. This is wonderful because not only does it come with the tool and the daisy itself, like we saw it comes with the pin, but it also has got instructions in it as well. Yeah. So you can watch this, but you can also find other ways to do it. Yeah. Make sure you have checked out your baskets though. There's 6 of you online with it in baskets. It's yours today for just £19.95. Thanks for doing that price comparison for us, Karen.
Okay, so to add the bead, you literally just thread it onto the wire. Now, with this daisy, it's got little grooves. And it's got 6 grooves to help when you're doing the actual weave. Yeah. But because I've only got 2, I've actually place the stone there and then just hold the stone and it will sit on that little groove.
I see.
And then you do need to hold the stone. So place it where you're happy for it to go, because you do need to get your tension just right on this one. Thread it through, so I'm holding it all in place, threading it through. And then again, I'm just controlling that loop, just as we did with the rings, just keeping it where it is. And then that stone's happy where it is now. Okay. And then I just add another stone on the other side, if I can see it. Eyesight.
So it's just about really keeping your tension right, because of course when you are putting the gemstones on, the wire's going to work slightly differently.
Yeah, because obviously they're not flat. Yeah. It is going to pull up a little bit, so it's just about holding it. And you can see now that they're on there and they're fine. Yeah. Okay, now what I'm going to do is a plain row, so just 1 row, and that just, again, just to lock it in. 1, 2, and then I would add the praise light, the green amethyst. And I did that all the way down. Yeah. So, where have you gone? It was a bit more organised than I realised. Here's one I did earlier. I actually think it looks really quite cool like that.
I love that.
It's like a spike effect.
Can you tell me truthfully how long that took you to do? Because I'm thinking, obviously you're taking your time in showing us, but when you did that plain row then, it was very quick.
Yeah, it's very quick. It actually doesn't take that long. The first one that I did took me probably about 20-25 minutes. Yeah. Bear in mind, I was in a garden showering at the kids at the same time.
Fab.
Who were currently painting themselves.
Okay, themselves?
Yeah, we put a big box on the table. It's an old table, and then we just got kids' paints, and they were meant to be painting the box, but my daughter decided to wash her hands with the paint, and then it just got messy.
Brilliant.
So, so yeah, it doesn't. And then I found out by getting my pairs. So what I did was I counted how many I had on that first section.
Yeah.
And then I prepped it. So even having it prepped is even quicker. Because that was done with me rummaging for the pairs.
That's fab, isn't
When you've
it?
got it set like that, it's quicker. So,
because it's such an intricate effect, it looks like it should take a long time.
yeah, it doesn't, because you're only doing 2 knits, so it builds up really quick.
Fab.
So you remove the daisy. Now to remove a knit from a daisy, you simply snip, but snip right at the very top, right underneath the daisy, so that you know you're cutting the right wires.
Yeah.
And then you're not gonna, it's not the end of the world if you cut
No,
those.
just pop it off.
And that's just taken off then, and you can see that.
Yeah.
And what I tend to do with that tiny little tail there, around those pliers, I just roll it on itself. Oops, because that's the rest of the anchor wire.
I see.
Okay, so I just roll that, and then that just disappears into
It disappears and put you
All
won't
right.
catch.
So this is really cool. I thought this was really cool. Little things, I know. I haven't done this before, so when you take this off,
Yeah.
it looks nice and cool.
I like that. I think that does
It
look
does
really
look cool.
fab.
So what you then do, so can you see it like that? Okay, so then what you do is you just stretch it.
And that changes the look totally.
And then you can just pop it down and just play about with it.
And you're almost flattening it.
Yeah, it's flattened. And then you can play about with the sets of beads. And I'm just running my hand down it,
Yeah.
just to flatten it. It looks like it's been crocheted.
It really does, doesn't it?
It does. And so I just thought that was really cool.
It just gives it a completely different appearance.
Yeah, so you can see it there. And the 2 little stones just sit next to each other, so cute.
That's fab.
I just thought it was cool.
I think that is really cool.
And again, so you can stretch this as well. You can really pull it and really stretch it out to sort of be the length that you want it to be. So then obviously I looked at that and realised I'd done it far too long.
Yeah.
Because I was originally just going to have that as the chain on its own, but it was far too long and didn't want to waste what I'd done. So I literally folded it in half. Get the ring. Now, so you've got the ends here. I haven't finished this end off here, but what you can do is use that and again just sew it.
Just with your tail.
With your tail, just sew it, catch any little loose ends and just sew. Obviously there's a little odd loop there, so I would just take the time, I'm not going to do it now, but I would take the time to make sure that was wrapped around and really dissolved into it. So do that with both the wires. So I just wrap this messily, but you can really sort of take the time to make sure it's nice and neat. So then I wanted to bring these 2 together.
Okay.
Because they've got the gap, but you could keep it like that. Looks nice. Yeah. But all I did was with that wire, brought it into the middle, and again it's just like sewing. So again, you do want a tail for this, so you do want to make sure you have got a nice length of wire, probably about half a metre or so. I've got too much here. And then there's a little tiny, I'm just going through it and just linking them together and bringing it through one and through the other. Straighten it out. Oops, that's the end of that one, sorry. I'm just going to lay that down a minute. This is because this wire's been wrapped around. Yeah. And then when I'm happy with that, that's one little stitch, is just brought that together.
Wow.
And then you just add on a little amethyst.
And is that to sort of hide it? But
no, you
nice
could just sew that, and then it would blend in because you're using the same coloured wire. So you could just blow. You'd sew it, but I just put that on. Yeah, it was just a bit of a design feature.
They almost look like little buds, actually, don't they?
Yeah.
With the green back.
I wanted to tie it all together. I wanted to bring them all together and show that all those gemstones look beautiful together. And so you just do that. That's one stitch there, and then you would just do that with all of the buttons.
Yes.
Not buttons, but you know.
The gemstones.
Okay, so if we imagine I've done that,
I've
brought my wire all the way up to the top. I played about with these a little bit and just got it so that it naturally sort of sat. You can just manipulate it a little bit so it's just sat like that. And then what I need to do is add on and make the clasp.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that very quickly.
It's with your 0.6, isn't it?
I knew there was an extra one. I'd see originally, I even did little tassels originally and hung them from one of the loops, but then decided I didn't like them, so cut them off.
That's fab.
Shows what you can do. So to do this, I'm going to use probably about a metre of the 0.6 6 silver.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. I need to get this text in, do I? Go on. Yeah, go on. Can you knit beyond the end of the plastic tool, or are you fixed to its length from Hillary in sunny Cornwall? Sunny here as well?
No, because you can remove the daisy. So even with the knit attached, you just take the daisy and just move the knit up.
Yeah.
So then you just continue knitting.
Yeah.
And you can remove the knit from the daisy, like I did there.
Yeah.
And I could still put that back on and continue
down.
As long as I haven't drawn it through.
No.
Which we'll touch on in the second
project. Inspiration.
But as long as you haven't drawn it through, you could. It doesn't matter if you've removed the daisy, so you could have a couple of pieces on the go. As long as you don't draw it through, you can pop it straight back on there.
Yep.
And you can use the little cone, and that would widen out the knit there, and it goes on nice and easily. So no, you're not restricted in any way. Okay. So.
And of course, when you draw it through, it changes in length anyway.
Yeah, it does. I thought
we'll go on to the draw plate in the second designer inspiration.
I don't know where my ring mandrel is, so I'm just going to use this little just because it's here and it's round. But what I did was I actually used my ring mandrel, and I think I just found a letter, and I wrapped around 4 times. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's because Jackson's just turned 4. I don't know. But I just thought 4 times.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's wrapped. Now what I want to do is just twist. So I would do this on the ring mandrel, because that's a bit tricky to do because it's slippery, but if I have this on the ring mandrel, and I would just twist those 2 wires together, tweak it so that it'll all stay in like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Both of these together, pop your round nose pliers into both the ends, because I like it to be super secure. Wrap them around. Okay. Bring it around once and twice. Now I'm using both of these wires as if they're one now.
Okay.
So can you see that? If I remove that, you can see it's just twisted round, okay?
Yeah.
And then all you do is feed both of them through
the main loop.
Through the main loop.
A few times. It gives it that nice elf look.
Yeah,
it elvish
binds
look.
it all together. Elvish look.
These things just come to my mind. That's what it feels like to me.
Right, so you can see there just that 1/2
has
just been done, and you just continue all the way around like that.
Fab.
And you keep them as if they're one piece, and imagine it's going all the way around. And then to finish it, you just wrap it around there and snip.
Okay, wrap it around before
so you can see that's probably too much wire. And then I'll just quickly show the clasp T-bar part of it.
Okay.
So cut about probably just shy of 1 metre.
Yeah.
I'm going to find about the centre, it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to wrap the wire around my pliers twice. So it's like a little split ring just there, see? Okay, bring the wires together. So I'm pinching them together. I want to find what will roughly be my centre. Now normally you need it to be able to go in the there is a rule, I don't know the rule, I just guessed this to be honest, but it needs to be able to go in and lock.
Yes.
But you don't want it to be too long, because then you won't be able to get it in. So I'm just going to bring that wire down. So both wires are still just sat like that at the moment. So it's looking a bit like a U. Okay, pliers back in. And just wrap around what will be the sort of stalk. So you can see that?
Yeah, I see.
Okay. Like that.
And same on the other side.
Well, with this one, because we started in the middle, with this one, you want to gauge it, so you can measure it. Just wrap it so you've got that loop, and then just again,
add in detail but strength.
Yep. So I've just wrapped that around that one side, and then around that sort of middle bit again, over to the other side and wrap.
Yeah.
And then again, you can just snip it. Now, if you find that you've made it a little bit too long, like I did, just tweak it and make it organic and give it a little bit of
a little kink,
and a little bit of a...
So that it fits.
Yeah, so that it fits. And then it looks a bit like that, but it goes through nicely as well. And you can use that for your cufflinks if you wanted to make cufflinks as well. But I mean, obviously take more time, but then that would fit in there nicely. And then just very quickly, with that section there, I added one little gemstone, and then I used the same wire to wrap
on the
clasp. And I just built around the stone a little bit and brought the wire back down. You can go through the amethyst twice, which I did.
Fab.
Because I wanted that security.
To make sure, to double check. Spellbind, that is wonderful. We have had a text in. Oh, hang on. This is from Catherine in Belfast. Brought the Lazy Daisy some time ago, but could not understand how to use it no matter how many demos I watched. Your 2-loop demo today has just switched on the light bulb. It is my tiny mind made it perfectly clear. So thank you, Laura, you're a star. I think you're great.
Thank you. Oh, I'm glad that you can do it. I'm glad that it made sense, so that's nice to hear.
Oh, that's so nice. It said think you're great too, Becky, apparently. Thanks, Catherine. We think you're great too. It's a great way to start off, isn't it? But obviously your designer inspiration, the second one's a little bit more advanced.
We're incorporating some different things. We're not just doing the Viking knit, we're just going to do a little bit of a really nice wrap as well.
Yeah, fab. I have got for you some multi-seasonal gemstones coming up next for you, including some stunning emerald for under 15 quid. Join us after this.
Are you new to jewellery making? Then tune in to our Designer Inspiration Show every day between 1 and 5 for our new 2 sections. We'll help you get started and give you all the knowledge and inspiration you need. Also, we'll be introducing you to a new medium every day. Whether you're a beginner or intermediate, we've got everything you need to get you started with a new hobby. The Designer Inspiration Show, only on Jewellery Maker.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumahimo introductory DVD. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Here at Jewellery Maker, our in-house gemologists don't just check and verify the gemstones, but they give the final seal of quality control.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
A big hello from everyone here in Jaipur. Namaste. If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better. Want to learn how to make the most of your beading thread? Then come and join in the fun on our Adventures with Beading Thread workshop. Guest designer Gemma Crow will inspire you to design stunning feature pieces of jewellery that will help you to make use of your essential stash items. Full course includes a selection of beading thread, a selection of findings, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $64.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If for any reason you're not satisfied, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
When you place your first order with us, you will receive a free booklet and DVD full of handy hints, tips and tutorials to help you get started with your new jewellery maker hobby.
You are watching Becky and Spellbinding today on Designer Inspiration. I have got some multi-seasonal gems for you, including these little beauties. 3 strands of genuine pearls for you today. You've got this gorgeous champagne tone strand. These are around 9 by 7. You've got your green cultured potato pearls, 8 by 7, and you've got the lilac frost. These are also 8 by 7 as well. This lilac frost is so subtle, but you'll be able to see the pearlescence on there. You've got greens, you've got lavenders, you've got lilacs in there. Pearl trio. Now, we're thinking for this size of pearls, what are you used to paying? 14, 15 pounds per strand? Going to be nowhere near that today. Nowhere near. You are going to be getting this for such a deal. Now, pearls are really interesting because, as I've said to you before, the price is said to rise. There is a film coming out this year called Vanishing Pearls, and it's essentially, in fact, it's coming out this month, and it's essentially about how oil spills and tsunamis have affected the quantity and the yield of pearls that you're able to get. It's coming out this month. Do keep your eyes peeled for it. It's meant to be really interesting. But I've got a couple of slides for you actually that we can have a little look through. This is just showing you that the yields of China pearls have decreased by 60% in the last 4 years. Now that is a huge amount, and you can see actually it's depicted perfectly on this slide, this picture that you have here, this graph. So the numbers down the side of the yield and the ones at the bottom are of course the year. Look at 2013, look at that in crazy, so that's 60% reduction on that there. And because of that, because of what this film will be showing you, of course the price is going to rise, isn't it? Rising by 40% compared to the year before, just from September to November. And that's said to increase even more by 20% on top of the already 40% we have. So you're going to have to get used to looking for and finding pearls at a higher price point than we are getting them now, just due to the way the planet is working at the moment with tsunamis and you know, other natural disasters. It's absolutely astonishing how dramatically the yield has gone down. And of course, if the yield goes down, if you can't get your hands on something, of course the price is going to go up because the rarity is up as well. You are getting this trio. Now, if you would be happy to spend £15 for each of these strands, which we know is an amazing price. 7 by 9 mils, some of these, so sizable pieces. If you're happy to spend £15 per strand, you need to get yourself on the phone this instant. The price you should pay today is £40.85, which is a quacking deal. And honestly, pearls, they are going to be going up in price. It's really important you don't get used to seeing £40.85. It's even more important you take advantage of this price today. £30, that's a tenner a strand you're going to be paying for. Only £10 for cultured pearls. 7x9 on the champagne, 8x7 on the lilac and the beautiful green pearls as well. And the length of these strands is the perfect necklace strand. It's the perfect necklace strand. £30 worth on this today. And if I do this touching at the back, these are the champagne ones, this is with it touching. You'll be able to, that's just a perfect necklace strand. Even if you just wanted to restrand it and pop a lobster claw clasp on the back, you've got a necklace there. No way you're going to be selling that for a tenner. No way. You're looking at what? £30, £40 if you're working with 925? £30 for all 3 strands today. OUGC 76 is the code on this. If you buy them separately, you're going to be paying closer to 45. It's just 30 for you today. OUGC 76, and it is that all-time class. It's ageless, they're timeless, and you've got a beautiful variety of colours here as well. Get your hands on it whilst you can. Only until midnight will you be able to pay that 1 postage of packaging. You'll be able to get these deals until 9. So please be swift on the phones today. I've got a bit of a juxtaposition, to be honest. We're still talking high end. This is your opal, but it's these beautiful, bold, dramatic blue slabs. These are your faceted rectangles, 100 carats worth you have in here. Blue's a very calming and relaxing colour anyway, isn't it? When I used to work in a gym, we had a room that was exclusively for the highest paying members, the people who were doing triathlons and marathons used to go in there, and the whole thing was blue. Ceiling, walls and floor was blue because it was scientifically proven. Our company spent thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds, and it was scientifically proven that when you do a workout surrounded by blue, your muscles actually relax more, which means that you're able to go on longer, you're able to work yourself harder than you would in any other coloured room. And I think you can get that with this. It is calming, it's a beautiful relaxing blue, it's so serene. And I think maybe that's possibly one of the reasons it's one of the most popular colours. 22 centimetres worth on this strand, and it is 21 by 11 mil, some of these. Perfect ring strand for me. What about you, Spellbind?
Just love it. I love the colour. Rings, pendants, necklace, bracelet.
Everything.
Everything.
Head pin.
Yeah, earrings.
Earring. Cufflinks.
Anklet. Let's just go try to think of other things that we haven't said yet. Actually,
toe ring.
Toe ring. Slave bracelet.
Belly bar.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. KVRU 48. The price today is just £14.95 to get your hand on genuine opal. You know how I feel about opal. I just am in love with opal. It's so interesting. You've got such an interesting background, and I've actually got some Ethiopian opal coming up for you later on as well. £14.95. If you're passionate about this revived gemstone, then get your hands on it for less than £15 today. It's yours for £14.95. How about adding a different hue with that blue? So you've got the beautiful opal blue, this really serene, calm, almost ocean blue. Why not pop it with some bright, breezy, zesty, lemony sunshine colours? Almost giving you this beautiful sea and sand effect with these. This is your Spesseret garnet, and it's 15 carats worth that you have on here. The clarity is exceptional. This has got so much internal interest and fire. Completely inclusion free, which is what we're looking for in garnet a lot of the time. It's got these beautiful facets. Now, each one of these is hand faceted by a lapidrist. So a lapidrist is essentially just a gemstone shaper and cutter. And these have all been just separately hand faceted for you, which is why you get such a seductive sparkle on this. you know what this strand reminds me of? Yellow sapphire, or even your sort of Herkimer diamond kind of looks you've got running through here as well. 15 carats worth of it. These are your faceted rondelles from 1 mil to 3 mil on these ones. 18 centimetre strand. Now it is a Gems of Distinction. This is seriously high-end, high quality, and you can see that just by looking at it. Appearance is everything with this strand. It's seductive, it's eye-catching, and it's yours today for just £21.95. For a high-end strand, that is something really special, isn't it? What do you think of this strand, Spines?
Spines?
Spines.
What's that?
That's what I call you, just on our days off. Forgot we were working. Go on, Spines.
I just think they're lovely little accent beads for me. They're what I would add to my higher end gemstones, but you would only need a couple of them. You know, you could have a couple as the base to an earring, or you could just have, I do my pendants, as you know, my wire wrap pendants, so I would probably have a couple of those dotted in about with like the copper and the antique bronze. Would really bring out the colour then as well.
Because you wouldn't necessarily have to use a lot of these, would you?
No, definitely not. And again, it's one of those that if you just had a simple bit of chain and wanted to make a little charm bracelet, pop a couple of those on a head pin, just have it hanging off, you know, off the chain.
Yeah.
You could have a couple of those, and you could use like 6 or 8 of them.
I think that's fab. I love as well, what about adding a little bit of modern twist to a pearl piece?
Yeah.
About these with maybe even a spacer.
Yeah, you just use it as a spacer and place it in between, and again, that's going to make both those strands go really, really far.
Yes, it will, won't it? £21.95. It's a high-end strand. We don't see it that often, and it's a beautiful garnet strand for you today. Wow, this rutile quartz is, well, take a look for yourselves. Wow, take a look. A lot of rutilation within this. In this one in particular, can you see all the dark ones? And then for rutile quartz, you've got some that literally only have a couple of shards through there. Really interesting appeal to this strand. 60 carats worth of your rutile quartz. When we say rutile quartz, what we're talking about is these inclusions, this rutilation internally within here, sometimes referred to as Venus hair. And these are just presents in the growing pattern, in the life form, if you would, of the gemstone itself. And some, which is so unusual to see, they've literally just got 1, 2, 3 strands just running through there. Gorgeous clarity on some of these. How exceptional. What an unusual strand. Because you've got the clarity, but then you've also got these beautiful burnt umbers, these almost honeycomb tones running through some of them. Really interesting rutile, just jet. If you haven't had rutile quartz before, I know that you might look and you might think that these are on the surface of the gemstone. They're not. They're all inside, they're all internal. They've got almost this amber-like growth effect to them. Such an interesting stone to look at. And if you are into, say, fluidity of stones, then I think this could be a strand for you to really get your teeth into. Not literally. 16 centimetre strands of your rutile quartz. They are graduated from 11 by 8 to 18 by 10. The price? Just £9.95. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 I've got on my strand. You definitely get 60 carats. That is £1 a pop, essentially. £9.95 for you on this. Great for your pendants. Even if you're brand new to us, even if you haven't made jewellery before, maybe this is your first time purchasing. I know a lot of you were up before for first time telephone buyer, but spellbind. See, this is why you are so exceptional. Yes, spellbind. Look. Oh, it's still warm from your neck. Look at this necklace. How did we create this, Belle?
It's just a wrap. And the stone's caged in, and I've used a drill hole because it's top drilled.
And that's exactly what you can do with these, and it's even similar in size, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's a particularly smaller one, so obviously it's a bit trickier if you're using a smaller one, but if you're using the larger ones as well.
Yeah.
You know, and you could use, it's not actually that much wire that you use for something like that.
I love, what a brilliant, brilliant piece. £9.95. I'll be having that.
No, you won't.
She knows me too well.
Yeah.
£9.95. I've got some more beautiful blue for you here. Have a look at these. These are graduated plain ovals. Real interesting blue. Oh, goes with my dress perfect. 80 carats of your blue colour-coated quartz. 6x3 to 10x5mm. Now, I know you love this colour tone. What are you thinking? What metals?
Ooh.
Or fabrics?
Oh, copper.
Copper.
I put it with copper, definitely. But that being said, I love copper, so
Yeah.
I would always go for copper. So it's not really a very good question, but you know, silver would really sort of bring it to life as well. But for me, I just love the fact that copper will almost change the tone of it, you know. And if you interspaced it with the little turquoise chips that you had on at the beginning, that would look really nice as well, with the different tones of blue.
It's got silver spaces included in the strand as well. Don't throw those away, do use them. But you can see exactly how nicely it would work with silver on here. Take those spaces off, you put them in your stash, they'll come in so handy.
Yeah.
JC RU72, the price was tiny, £6.95. We do not often do prices that low, and we've got it for you here this afternoon. These are your graduated rondelles, and it's almost a glowing kind of neon apatite colour to them. They're so bright, they're so breezy. Gorgeous clarity in them as well. Now, these are of course coated, that's in the name. Colour coating, all that means is that we've put a coating over the top just to intensify and kind of draw out this beautiful bright colour, and it's something that's completely acceptable, and it's something that can just bring you something different to what Mother Nature herself brings. £6.95 for this today. And what about toning it down? Maybe that's a bit too bright for you. What about bringing in almost this glowing gemstone to kind of bring that tone down? This is special. So special. It's your white topaz. Now, white topaz on our sister channel the other day, they had a beautiful white topaz piece. It was £75, and it was just for one topaz. It wasn't anywhere near this carat weight. But very simply, due to, well, a number of factors, due to popularity, scarcity, quality, and also popularity in the sense of the amount of people wanting to get it, but also due to the fact of the restrictions that we currently have upon this, topaz is just going up and up and up in price at the moment. It really is increasing, not just with us, all over. Quite dramatically, in fact, for all of the above reasons. And this is such a spectacular example of this gemstone. Some topaz, the mining process is just so intense, it's almost unimaginable. Some mines you can only get 2 or 3, 4 people working in there at once. Some mines you can only get to 2 months in the year. Some mines are in such dangerous locations that actually you have to have a whole support system just to get you into the mine. It's so intense, some of the processes to get your hands on it, which again is another reason that the price is just skyrocketing, because you know all of this work that has to go into it just raises the price. It is an adored gemstone. It is high quality. You can see that in this topaz anyway. You see it's almost glowing. You see the beautiful clarity. The price is a stunner today. Get topaz whilst you can. £16.95 on this for you. It is absolutely beautiful. And imagine just restranding it as a little bracelet. It's so wonderful that you are able to work with genuine topaz for £16.95. Think back, because I know It's very easy to get used to seeing great deals on here. It's very easy to get used to seeing 130 carats of genuine topaz for under 20 quid. But just remind yourself, give yourself, even if you just do it once every 2 or 3 weeks, just go online and just do price comparisons. Just remind yourself what the perceived value of things like topaz is. Remind yourself, before you found us, what you would have thought you would have to pay for 135 carats of topaz. I'll be honest with you, before I found this channel, I probably, for 135 carats of topaz, genuine beautiful white topaz, totally natural, by the way, it's African, totally natural. Honestly, it might sound over the top, but I would probably have been guessing about £60. I genuinely would. £16.95 is all you're paying today, though. 135 carats worth. Get it whilst you can. Got something special now. These are, think Jack and the Beanstalk, golden eggs, getting ready for Easter. Jack and the Beanstalk has golden eggs, doesn't he? Yeah, he goes up to the giant. Yeah, and then he steals them, doesn't he? Because they have the golden goose. Yeah. Also in Shrek, actually, isn't it? 1,590 carats worth. And these are properly egg-shaped. They're so much fun.
Oh, they are, aren't they?
Aren't they? What do you think of these?
Oh, they're cute. They're really cute.
What would you do with this shape?
Don't know. They're very unisex.
Yeah, totally agree.
Again,
totally agree.
You're looking at, you could do cufflinks.
Yeah.
But again, it's nice as a bracelet. I would probably use them as a centre pendant as well, because they're quite sizable. So probably use them and do a wrapped pendant or something, or even just have a little section of just a couple of them. And something a little bit lighter, because they're going to be quite weighty.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So just something, you don't need many of these at
all.
No,
you certainly don't.
They're so statement as well, and they're sizable. They are 18 by 13 mil each one of these. They've got that beautiful sub-metallic luster to them. They're both brand new strands. I told you I'd have brand new strands on for you today, and this is those. Gorgeous luster, beautiful high shine, but also kind of almost it's not an overpowering shine, it's just a sort of polished sheen over the surface, which I think makes them so exciting. 1,595 carats worth. There's 795 carats on each strand, so that's in total 1,590 carats. I do not say that often, do I? We never, hardly ever go that high on carat weight. Pyrite, sometimes known as fool's gold. You would be a fool not to get it at this price today. £15 on the nose for you today. 5,000. This is just such a high amount on here. There's so much you can do with these. Again, male pieces, female pieces. You don't have to do loads with them. The work's done there for you. It's weighty, it's strong, it's strength, and it's £15 for the 2 strands today. That is all you will be paying for them. Get it whilst you can though, because it is an introductory offer at £15. Treat yourself. Speaking of treat, I told you I'd bring you this. This is a serious treat. Emerald. Faceted, graduated drops. 85 carats worth. Totally natural. 18 centimetre strand. It has been adored for centuries and centuries and centuries. It is still as popular as it ever was. It is a beautiful selection on this strand. The stunning greens, emerald tones running through here. It has been in so many books, myths, legends. sometimes referred to as a gemstone of hope as well, which is why in The Wizard of Oz, the Emerald City was Emerald City, because it's a gemstone that's thought to bring hope. And it's also said that, you know, when they got to the Emerald City, they found their true selves, and that's very much depicted in a lot of the myths and folk legends you hear about it with emerald. I told you it was going to be under £15. You know I'm not going to let you down. Today, £11.95. That's all you're paying for this. I told you under £15, and you know when I say under something, I don't just mean 5p. I'm not that kind of girl. £11.95 for you. It's genuine emerald, totally natural. Emerald, a lot of the time, you'll see loads of treatments on emerald. Resin, you get filling a lot of the time as well, where they're just filled in with glass, essentially. It's something that can be done, and you know, if we ever do that, we let you know. It will scroll at the bottom of your screen. But this hasn't had any of that. Totally natural. It's pretty much just been picked out of the ground, shaped, polished, and brought to you. This is Mother Nature at her finest, and you can get it home for just £11.95. Emerald. This is a lengthy strand as well. You've got plenty on here. So much you can do with this. I don't think I have brought emerald to you for such a low price before. EBRU 0 to 85 carats worth of your emerald. Get it whilst you can. After the break, I have got another spellbinding demonstration. And don't forget, coming up, brand new Lazy Daisy tool. Stay exactly where you are. I'll see you after this.
Life gives, we will take and make yellow flowers. Says, take your burden down to my soil. Now we'll make yellow flowers for you.
This is Designer Inspiration, and thank you very much for joining me today. It is Becky. And it is Laura Binding. Talk to us, Laura, about your second piece you're going to be showing us.
Well, for this one, we're going to be focusing more on a pendant and more on a wrap, really. And just, again, how you can use different gauges of wire for the Viking knit and how you can create different looks with it, really.
Different looks, different effects.
Yeah.
New tool coming up for you very soon. In fact, 2 new tools. These will be coming up for you separately. Brand new Viking Knit Lazy Daisy. This is 1/2 inch, and you've got these 2 wire draper plates as well, drawer plates. These are both coming up to you separately very soon, so stay tuned. Stay where you are. Designer inspiration. We are going to bring to you this kit together. Now, Laura, what made us put these together? What are you doing? Are you putting on some lipstick? Okay. It's like that under the table when I came to it then. Like a naughty kid. What made you work these together?
Well, I absolutely love the quartz, the solar quartz. Absolutely love them. So to get something a little bit different as well, and it's also to show you how you can use these top drilled feature stones, because you know it's a little bit trickier because they're not center drilled, so you've got to sort of use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
Just love the look and the color combination, and just my kind of colors.
And I think you're totally right. When you see what she's done with this strand, it's really interesting, and it almost looks like a cab the way you've used it.
Yeah, it does, and as we said earlier, it's probably something that you could tweak slightly. You'd have to tweak it, but you probably could incorporate it into a cab as well.
So if you did manage to get those moonstone earlier on, maybe you could add these in. Now, these are huge solar quartz. The thing I love about solar quartz is the fact that it's almost got an eye-like effect, doesn't it? With like the iris, and it kind of creeps out, almost like a frozen forest, kind of age lines. Do you know what I mean?
I love they're all so different as well though, you know? I mean, you get some that's got like that real sort of like eye effect.
Yeah.
And then others that are like just sort of, it's almost like it's an explosion.
Yeah, and this is kind of the centre of it, and then it bursts out.
Yeah.
It's almost like when you throw a stone into the water, and that location it goes, you get the globules up and then it spans out, doesn't it? You're going to be getting 6. Well, I've got 6 on my strand, but you will 100% be getting 200 carats worth of the top drilled saucers from 22 by 32 mil. It's an 18 centimetre strand. In same colour palette, we've got these beautiful, really delicate, but highly faceted, wonderful agates in the blue colour again, 30 carats worth. And how have we used these in the piece? Oh, are these the nestled?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. We have nestled these within Viking Knit for the demo today.
They're actually inside the tube, and it's done slightly different because I do this project on the second DVD, but I haven't done it exactly the same with these ones.
It's got a bit of a different,
only very slightly, but
very different twist to it. So you'll be getting 30 carats worth on that, and it's a 34 centimetre strand, and they're 4 mil. Faceted agates. You've got loads of wire, 110 metres in total, 100 of your favourite, the 0.4 gold, and you've also got 1 mil, 10 metres worth of this in the copper colour. Price that you should normally pay for these 2 strands and 110 metres worth is £37.30, which is, of course, obviously, you've got 110 metres worth of wire and 2 beautiful gemstone strands, including that really large solar quartz. I'm going nowhere near that price today. It's a price match from our first. It's £22.95 for you today. That is a huge saving for you, isn't it? You're getting 100 metres of 0.4, 10 metres of your 1 mil in this gorgeous copper. You've got 30 carats worth of your agate and a whopping 200 carats of solar quartz. You're saving today £14.35. That is a stunning saving.
it really is. I mean, I've still got loads of it, obviously the 0.4 wire left. You're going to have lots left over to play about with as well. You use 1 of the solar quartz, that's it.
Yeah, that's all you're going to need.
Yeah.
So how many times are you going to be able to redo that design?
You might need to get a little bit more
Of the
copper.
4 mil.
Of the 1
1
mil.
mil.
And I mean, the beads are optional, the little ones, but I mean, you could do just a pendant and necklace with just a plain Viking knit chain. You could do it with each and every single one of them.
That is really special. And to have over £14 saving as well, that is something really special, really exceptional. I'm going to bring over my new tools as well. These are coming up for you in the next hour. Stay tuned, stay where you are. So you've created this, what I would say, very eye-catching look, and I was quite surprised that you can use 1 mil. With the Viking.
Yeah, you can. I've done it once before. I think it was last month, using the 1 mil, and even I was surprised at how easy it was. Because I've always been a bit, oh no, I'd only go 0.6 and 0.4, wouldn't really go any higher. But actually, you know, I wouldn't. It's just a simple free loop. So it's nothing too complicated, but actually really worked really well, and it's one of my favourites now. I do a little bracelet, and it's because it's got a lot of strength to it as well.
And it looks so intricate, but as we saw with your first design,
it's not.
It's sort of just so simple to do, realistically.
It is, realistically,
Once you've had a couple of goes.
Just practice. Don't go straight into using the 1 mil wire. Don't, you know, get used to it first, get confident and comfortable using it. So practice with the 0.4, because that is the most, I would say, the easiest to use to do the Viking knit, because you saw how I did it on the first demo. So get comfortable with that first, then go up to using the 1 mil.
Then go on to the 1 mil. Fab.
Okay.
If you do want to check out your basket, that would be very helpful, because there's about 3 of you now with it in your basket. Over £14 you're saving on this today. You're getting 110 metres of wire, a huge amount, 200 carats worth of the solar quartz, 30 of the beautiful faceted agate, which you can see just nestled inside this knit here and around the outside. It's such a stand-out piece, and for over £14 off, it's a special price as well today. Get your hands on it whilst you can. Where are we starting, my love?
We're going to start with the weave. Okay, so the weave's actually called a Sumac weave.
Sumac?
I know a name of a weave.
Where does that name come from?
Well, you had to get technical, didn't you?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just impressed with myself for knowing it's a Sumac weave.
Well done. Pat on the back.
No, it's, I don't know, I mean, there's so many weaves, you know, that are out there, and a lot of them do have different names. So you might think that that's a basket weave, but someone else is saying, no, actually, this is a basket weave, you know. There's so many different variations. But this one, I'm pretty confident is known as the Sumac, which is just because of the star, the way it goes up and down.
I see, the way it goes around.
Okay,
lovely.
So we're going to start off with that, and I discovered a little trick.
I love spellbinding tricks.
I was quite proud of myself. What have I done with my 1 mil wire? Oh, sorry, I had it a moment ago. Oh, I don't know. So what I'm going to do is using one of the gemstones. So go on, you can choose one.
Okay,
go for one of the larger ones, but
I like this one, my favourite.
You like that one?
Yeah, on that side.
Okay. Again, that is a good tip, though. You know, they're different on both sides, so make sure that you choose the right side to be the front of the pendant.
The side you like the best.
The side that Becky likes the best is that one. So for this one, what I want is my wire, 1 mil wire, to be long enough to go all the way around the stone.
Okay.
I don't actually need tons. Normally I say, oh, I have loads because I'm going to do bail or I'm going to do weave in. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. With this, it's actually quite structured. So, you know, we don't need tons and tons of wire. Probably, I don't like to underestimate. So for me, I would make sure I've got enough. So probably about a couple of inches either side. Bearing in mind that that's got to go all the way around. So probably a couple of inches either side, okay?
Okay, just to make sure you've got enough.
And another little trick is, so that you know how much of the weave you need to do, take a bit of the 0.4 and measure the stone. If you've got a drill hole, which I can't find, there you are. I can't see it, there it is. So just go, just measure it roughly, so only so I can use this as a reference.
So you've gone through the drill hole and then you're doing almost a full circle around.
I am doing a complete circle.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut there and I'm going to cut through the drill hole. So I know that that little section is long enough.
That is clever. So you know that's exactly right.
That should be, if I use that as a guide, and then I can just pull that wire out.
Fab, good tip.
So I need 5
pieces of
the 1 mil. So it's going to be annoying because what have I done with that? There it is.
Hiding.
It's because I've got a little selection of wires going on. Okay.
How much wire do you think you have at home?
Lots. I did put a picture on.
I bet your husband loves it, doesn't he?
He goes mad at me. He has little head fits every now and again, especially when I've been getting ready for a show or something, and find jewellery there, jewellery there, jewellery there, everywhere, yeah.
Oh, bless him.
Yeah.
And he's not even getting an Easter egg.
I might, well, I'll get him one, but I don't eat it.
I feel like I've pressured you into it now.
You have pressured me into it. I was so proud of myself being organised because the kids were all done, and now you've thrown the pressure on me.
Soz.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know that there's about four or five of you with it in your baskets. Just make sure you are checking out. And new telephone bidders, do not worry. You will get your free DVD and your booklet with your purchase. And later on, I've got coming up loads of tools to just get you started, including our new Lazy Daisy.
Okay, so my trick, the macrame board.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to just have to move this one so it's, if you're sat at a table, you want the edge of it to be, yeah, and just place it.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone do this before.
Have you not?
No.
I don't know. I was just trying to find a way, because for me, I don't mind. I can quite easily do the weaves and keep them together. But I was thinking, was there an easier way? You can use masking tape, keeps them all nice and close together. But this actually works as well. And how many people have got the
macrame board?
Macrame board.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got the mini one as well, which I haven't. I'm going to try and get my hands on that now. So, keeping my wire on the reel.
So this is your 0.4 now?
Yep. And what I'm going to do is, I've just put my first piece of wire in, so I'll move this a little bit to be a bit for you to see. So I've put my first bit in. I'm just going to wrap it round 5 times. Just want to anchor that, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to have to do this again as how I see it.
Yeah.
It looks different to the front than it does on the back. So if I just find a little section that I've already pre-done, I can explain. We're going to be going for this effect.
Okay, zigzag.
Yeah. So, and I'm doing this in pairs of 2. Okay. So that's what it looks like on the front, but on the back you'll get like little half stitches.
I see.
Okay, so you'll see the back version of it.
To camera.
But
on the front it's full.
On the front it's full. So there's my first, I just anchored that on. I'm going to take my second wire.
And you put it in the same macrame slot?
Yeah, they're all going to go in the same slot because they're all going to stay together. So what I might do is just start it off as it is, and then once you've got it started, you can continue to weave. Okay. Whenever I do the weaves, I always build them up. So you've got the first one. So I've just put that second wire on top. So I want that wire to be nice and flat.
Okay.
Wires out, coming out towards me, over once and over twice. So it's now at the back again. Okay, so from the back it looks like there's 1 wrap, but from the front there's 2.
There's 2, I can see.
Okay, I want to add my third. Now your wires will get a little bit, see what you want to do is kind of, I tend to bend that one out and then stagger the centre ones and then bend the other outer one out because you need to be able to go through the wires.
Okay, so they're not getting in the way then?
No. So now the wire, sorry, before I add that one, is facing away from me. What I'm going to do is bring it in between these 2 wires. So it's back to the front again now, okay? So it's gone through those 2 wires. Now when I add my third wire, it's back at the front again and it's going to go over once and then back again, but I'm only going to wrap that top wire.
Okay.
So it's going to go through these 2 wires to the front again.
Back to the front.
Yeah. And then 4th one, so I'm repeating this. So over once, over both those wires. So I'm only going over in 2, so over those 2 wires. And then back again, so it's at the back, and then just through those 2 wires.
Okay.
Okay. And then the final one. So you can see you kind of just, you need them, because you do need to be able to distinguish which wire is which. Back over, 1, 2. I'll turn this around so you can see.
So that's what you're seeing at the front?
Yeah, this is what you'll see at the front. Okay. So you can see how it's gone up in 2s.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I'm just going to see if I can do it. I'll see if I can keep it in reverse for you.
Setting yourself a challenge
I
here,
am,
aren't you?
yeah. Getting all brave now, aren't I?
Don't show off, Laura.
No. Right. So this is where we've just got to switch it a little bit. So I need to get this wire back to the front again. Okay. So imagine this is what you will be seeing. So I need to bring that wire back through. So it's now at the front. So I've just gone through the top and the one just below the top two. And then down over the next two sets of wires. So around once, and then back around again. Okay, so again it looks like you'll be seeing it in pairs of two. And then again you're just going to go through the middle. So it's back at the front, so you're going to have the wire back at the front again. And then around once, and then back around again. And then again, I just want to go through that pair of wires to bring it back to the front. And then back around the bottom wires, so 1, 2. So again, now I need to bring this wire, I need to get this wire to go back up. So from the front, it looks like you've got 2. Okay, so again, just bring that wire in between those 2 wires and then back up over those 2. So you're just going up and down the wires, but what you want to do is bring it through the wires, but the pair of wires you've wrapped before going up to the next set. And then round once, and then back around. So again, it's facing away from you, but then you just go around in between those wires to bring it to the front. So that's what's creating those little half stitches at the back, because I'm going through, but you don't see it from the front.
From the front, so it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter, it's just, and again, and you just keep building the wire up once, and then it looks like it's twice, so you can see there.
Yeah, I see.
So I'll just do one more because I really want to make sure that that it makes sense. Hopefully it does. And bear in mind, you are seeing what you would be seeing if you were doing this. I'm doing this backwards.
Yes. So you'd be able to see it normally.
Yeah. Okay. So my wire's there. I've just brought it through. So it's now between these 2 wires, the top and the. So if you sort of say the 5th wire and the 4th wire. Okay. So then you bring the wire back over the 4th and 3rd wire. Once. I'm trying to see what you can see, and then and then back round again, so it looks like 2.
Yeah.
And then back through the middle of the 4th and 3rd wire,
and then down.
And then down over the 3rd and 2nd wire, and then wrap it round once, and then back around again, so you look like you've got 2 wraps on the front, and then back through the middle of the 2nd and 3rd wire, back to the bottom 2, wrap it around once. So it now looks, sorry, so it's gone around once, and now back just around that middle one there, and then you want to just bring it back up and then build it back up.
Back up as you would.
So does that make sense?
Yeah, completely get that, yeah.
Yeah, because it is a bit of a tricky one, but once you start doing it, what you'll see is it's all little pairs of 2s. And I mean, you'll see if you've not done it right.
You'll be able to see straight away.
Oh, I need to go back and I need to go through the middle of them just to bring it around.
Yeah.
And again, so you see the back there, so hopefully you can see the little half
stitch.
Still looks quite cool from the back as well. So it's a different look altogether. But you can see it looks like 1.5 wraps on there, where it's going up and down, but from the front it looks like 2. You don't have to do 2s, I just quite like the 2.
Okay. If you do want to message us in with any questions about this or to do with the Lazy Daisy Viking Knit, anything on today's show, the text number is at the bottom of your screen, 60777. Start the text with JM Studio, just one word, JM Studio.
Okay, cool. So here's something that I wove earlier, and what I wanted to just say about using your mat is once you've got your first sort of half really of one and you've got all your wires attached, put them just in there, and then they'll sit nice and next to each other, so make sure that they are as they should be. So if you do that,
yeah,
and then If I turn it to the side there, you'll see exactly what I can see, and then you can just use that
to weave
around. And
so you're not holding it or fiddling.
No, and then it keeps them nice and straight. And then to move the wires, you just need to, this is one that, normally I say watch your tension, but normally I'm constantly running my pliers over this. This is one that, I don't actually do that on this one because I quite like the 3D effect. But what you do need to do is move your base wires to move that weave down. You can with this one scoot it.
Because you've not been squidging it, there is still
it's got movement, and because you're just wrapping the two wires together. But if you can't get that, see I've got the weave going quite nicely up and down now. You can just, again, take the base wires, use your pliers and just gently pull them. Okay?
Yeah.
Maybe do a little loop on the other side, because sometimes you can pull it and it'll just come out the whole weave. Yes, which has happened to me several times.
Oh no.
So as I said, so you've got some here, and also you can space it out. If you did that, you get like a space radar effect. So you can see how you can change it.
Yeah, that's funky.
So it's just, it's not quite nice to play about with. It's quite good if you've got fed up of doing the little spikes and you just think, oh, do you know what, I'm just going to space them out. I'm done.
Fill up the space.
Yeah, just it looks nice. So there you go, so that's back as it should. So that's sort of a roundabout in the centre.
Okay.
Now what I did here, which I shouldn't have done, was I cut the wire. See, I anchored the wire off, but what I didn't do was I forgot to add the, I would cut an excess bit of a tail, then add the stone.
So you can go through the stone.
So it would all still be continuous, but it doesn't matter if you do what I've done because you can just add it.
Add on.
So what I want to do is form this to sit around the stone. Which was the side you wanted?
That side.
That side, okay. So this is one that you have got to just, using your hand.
Is that quite hard to do?
It's as long as you're sort of steady with it, it's fine. You can use, you know, something to mould it around if you wanted to. I've managed to locate a ring mandrel now, so you can use that to get that sort of rounder shape. But you can just gently do it with your hands, just gently manipulate it. Yeah. Okay. So now what I want to do, I took a lot of playing about with this, only because I was sort of sorting the design out in my head as I was going along. So you just want to sort of splay out the excess wires and interlock them, interlace them.
Like that.
Go, good fingers. Okay, so again, by doing that, you'll start to get that shape. And what I tend to do is just put my hand in the actual circle to give it a bit of resistance, and then I can push down and it will sort of naturally get that shape.
Yeah, I see.
So when I get the stone, I can see how it's going to work. Okay, now this one I've wrapped quite a lot, and as I'm putting the stone in, what I'm doing is just gently flattening out the sides here. So
it's like it's cuddling it.
It is. So you had the circles cuddling it. Oh. So just flatten that section out there so you can see the weave, and then this bit still is sort of in the basket kind of shape.
It's nice actually doing it like that because you can see it then.
Yeah, you get to see the weave because you know you've taken that time and effort. You want to see it, and that's why we wanted the contrasting colours as well, so you could see the weave itself.
Fab.
If you didn't want to go for something so sort of obvious, use the same colour weaving wire, and then obviously it won't be so obvious. And if you wanted the 0.25, if you use that, it would look really flush, so it would almost look like a complete piece.
Fab.
Almost like it was a piece of metal.
Wow, that sounds great.
So I'm just placing that in and just play about, make sure you're happy with the shape and the way that it's sort of sitting. Now, if I hadn't cut that little tail off, I would have just used that to add the stone.
But you did?
But I did.
So you're going to add?
So I'm going to add. Okay. So I know that this is going to be the back because obviously the weave's facing that way.
Yeah.
So I can see that's the front.
Yeah.
And then that will be the back. So taking one of the back wires, the sort of outermost wire, on one, doesn't matter what side, I'm just going to anchor that. So I'm just going to wrap it 1, 2, 3. I'm only wrapping it 5 times because it keeps it looking the same.
Okay.
Okay. Take that stone. Again, check you've got the front.
Again, this is with the 0.4.
Yep, it's all been done on a 0.4. I wouldn't be using, you don't add any more wire on now.
Okay. Of the 1 mil?
Yeah, no, not of the 1 mil. You won't even add any more of the 0.4.
0.4.
So have I got the right side?
Yeah.
So just place that how you want that to go. And then on the other opposite outer side wire, bring that weaving wire back round. And again, wrap it 5 times. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm gonna just trim that now. Try to trim the wire to the front, so that obviously that little edge is going to be away from the skin. And again, you do the same with your tail. And then just give it a little crimp and you'll take that edge off, okay? So the good thing about that is it does look symmetrical because you've got the 2 wraps on both sides. So if you wanted it to have that symmetry, you can use it, you can do that, okay? But the stone is in now. So you just manipulate it around, and what you want to do then, I'm just going to lay it down. If you flatten it, it's almost going to form itself for you. This is where you can see if you've missed a little lace. So if I lay that down like that, can you see how it's almost already forming that crisscross effect?
I see.
Okay. Now the stone isn't secure. It's been held, but because it's quite a fine drill hole, that on its own, I would feel is a bit vulnerable. It's moving about, and it's only got 0.4 wire holding it.
Holding it in.
So if you look at the back of that one, we did a pretty little bit of security.
Clever.
So it blends in, and it secures and supports that stone. You know, there's lots of ways you can do it, but I didn't want to disrupt the weave either. So the way I've done this is it's blended in with the weave as well. So it's not, you can obviously from the front see that I've done that.
No, you can't.
Okay, so place these wires how you want them to go. So I've got them like this, and they are pretty much laid out in the way that I want them to go. And now it's just a matter of trimming. So if I just take that one, so start from the lowest wires first.
So the ones at the front?
The ones at the front, and then the final 2 at the back will be your bail.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to trim them. I want to trim them quite close, because what I'm going to do is literally just gently rock it around. Probably do that a little bit too short, but don't worry if you've done it a little bit too short, because you can tweak it. So can you see that there? So I've just trimmed that and just sort of hooked it to go around the set of wires, so it's just there, see?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to repeat on the other side. So I just want to trim that now. Just gently lock it.
So it's locking it, but it also means that it's not going to be irritating to wear, is it?
No, and you want it, don't want it to be too obvious what you've done as well. You want to keep the design quite simple. You could take a bit more time than I'm doing, but you want to do that with all of them.
Yeah.
But, so you can see there, that's just those 2, and you make sure that's nice and
smooth
no
and
sharp
top.
edges, yeah. But with, you'll probably find that some will be a little bit longer than the others. So with those ones, we've got, that one's a bit shorter, but that one's a bit longer. So with that, this is the one the longer one is the one that I will use to support the back. So just bring it straight down.
Okay.
That way you haven't got lots of add-ins and joins. It's just going to go straight down there, and I'll just use that in a minute. This one isn't long enough.
No.
So I'm just going to trim that one.
Oh, so you don't have to bring down exactly the same size?
No, because as long as it looks okay, because then I can see that the next one is going to be fine. The one above it is going to be fine on the opposite side, so I can just use that one. So you can see that's that one in there, okay?
Yeah, I see.
And again, so I've got my wires here, so you can see how it's sort of taking shape. Okay, and so I'm just going to trim and rotate that one. And then the same on that side. So you're just going to do this with all of them. Oops, just make sure they're all sitting how you want to. You can just make sure they are sitting how you want them to sit. go gentle with this. I mean, you can take the wire off, the colour of the wire off.
So just be gentle.
So do be gentle, because I've just scraped that then. I mean, luckily it's not obvious, but the copper is a good one.
I've got some wire coming up for you in a little bit as well.
Okay, so you've got all the way up to you've got the 3. So you can see that?
Yeah.
So it's looking a lot like that now. And then what I'm going to do then is just, I've got myself 3 wires, so I'm just going to finish off that little one there. Rotate that one round. And then I've got my 2 wires here just to be done as a bail.
Okay.
And that's simple. You can make this, if they're a bit longer, you can make a woven bail if you wanted to. I actually didn't want to.
No.
Because I didn't want to suddenly bring more gold wire in up here.
I see. It is kind of nice, the simplicity of the bail. It's
Yeah.
not detracting from the actual bit you put loads of effort into,
That's,
is it?
that's what I thought. I wanted to keep that simplicity.
Yeah.
So you can just, I'm using my largest setting on the bail makers. You don't have to use these. You can use your ring mandrel, you can use the orange mandrel. You do want your bail to be quite large if you're going to put on it this particular. If you're going to put it on just a simple Viking knit, I mean, this is just a free loop, so you don't have to worry so much about that.
Okay.
Okay, so I've just bent that over, so I've got my 2 wires there. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is, one's just a little bit, tiny bit too short at the back. It's gone all the way around, but it's not going to make it anywhere else. So with that one, all I'm going to do is just take the longer wire and wrap it round just to secure it. And then this is just a little bit of you looking at it and thinking, okay, I haven't got quite enough to go around twice, but I do want to make sure it's nice and secure. So for me, what I'm going to do is just blend that into the design. So you can adapt it how you want to.
So snip it and loop it in like we did
Yes,
earlier
yeah,
on the
snap
back.
it, loop it in, blend it in. You can have a little play about with that, but you know, can sort of, that's just blended in. But I would take more time and do it properly.
That's fab, you can't even see where that is.
And then there's that tiny little end there. So for that, I'm just going to wrap that around my loop.
So the spare bit.
Yeah, so it's just wrapped there. Just brought it up. Again, it's just to lock it.
Okay.
And then you can tweak this about a little bit and pop your pliers in with your fingers and just play about with that. All right, so that's the pendant itself. So now, obviously, as I said, we've got to secure
the
back, which is nice and simple. You just trim this. This one's a bit long. And just do a little tiny spiral, or a little loop really. It's just to take away that sharp edge. Doesn't matter where they go, it's just as long as they're supporting the back of that stone.
Okay.
And loop that one round. And try to get the loops to be complete, just because again you don't want that sharp edge.
Okay.
So you can see how they're going to go, where they're going to go. And then you just take another little bit of the 0.4. For this one, you just want to, so you want to anchor the wire. So I'm just going to wrap that once and twice. You don't need to do loads. Let's just anchor that little wire on there.
Okay.
Okay, you can see that there. Now what I want to do is just move that into the circle.
Yeah.
You want to blend this in. So you've got your little sections here. And if you just place it so that it's going to blend in with one of the wraps, it will go through. I say that it will. It will go through the gaps. Because we've been doing the weave as we were adding the wires, it's got that natural gap. Sorry, bear with me.
So you don't have to force it through or anything,
No.
which is good.
No.
Sometimes, especially if you do it tighter, it's...
You can't get that wire through, or use a pin just to open it a bit, but you don't want to make it obvious that you've done that. So by doing that there, that's now going to sit next to that little section of wrap there.
I see.
Can you see that? So that's the connection there.
Yeah.
And it's going to blend in with that little tiny section of wrap.
I see.
And then I'll wrap a couple of times around the loop and then finish it so that it bring the wire back down to connect on the other side, and then just wrap one more time around this bit and snip it.
So that it's secured.
So it's secured, but it just blends into the wrap. But by going there and then there, it locks it into that weave as well.
Great.
Okay.
Good
and so you repeat on the other side, and that's pretty much your pendant done.
That's fab. How simple, but I think you'll all admit, effective.
Yeah,
really.
it's very effective.
So the next bit we're going to go on to do, it's the Viking Knit, brand spanking new Lazy Daisy Viking Knit. You can see that lovely Laura's got it all set up here, and you've got the chance to own it now. This is our Viking Knit Lazy Daisy. Now Viking Knit, it's called something else as well, isn't it? It's Trichinopoly, it's sometimes known as well.
Oh, I did not know that.
And it's said, the name is said to have come from, because it's been used in pieces as jewellery, but it's also been used as adornments to clothing as well since around the 9th to 10th century, so of course sort of the Viking era. And it was absolutely huge in the British Isles, also massive in Scandinavia as well. And you have got the chance to own our brand spanking new Daisy tool. This is your 1/2 inch. Now, this is very different to the smaller one, isn't it? Have you got that smaller one there? If I get this out for you all to have a little look at home. There's people already on the phones for this. You will be getting the pin with this as well. Now you'll be able to see you've got the daisy separate, which is the head, and have a little look. On the smaller one,
we just got
we lost it.
I have
all right.
That's good. No,
on the smaller one, you get 6. On this one, you get 12 of these daisy loops. This is a comparison. That is a big difference, isn't it?
It is, and it makes little differences that make your sort of weaving easier.
Yeah.
So for the example, on the necklace over there, not that one, the other one.
Yes, this is done on the 12, isn't it?
Yes, that one's done with the 12, and I've actually used every single loop on the 12. So it's made a really intricate condensed weave, but again, it's not something I would draw down really, really fine.
No.
Because you put, it does take a lot of time.
Yeah, of course.
And it does take a lot of wire.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's just single knit.
Okay.
So, and I've joined in once on that. So, and I think I used about 6 meters for that one little section. So you're going to use a lot, but the effect is really cool if you want to have that sort of feature piece of
it's so substantial.
Yeah.
It almost doesn't look like a person has done it, if that makes sense.
It look almost machine made.
It does, doesn't it? It almost looks mechanically crocheted or knitted, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. This is a 6 loop I've done on this one, which is what I'm going to show in a minute. If I was to do this 6 loop weave on this one, it would look like that. It would look a lot more condensed because obviously I'm using all of the loops on that one, so it's all going to be a lot more compact. But on this one, because I wanted to use this to get the extra space because I wanted the beads to shine through. So I wanted to have that more open look. But again, on this one, you can do you can use the thicker gauge wire like the 1 mil. Yeah. But you could do maybe a 5 loop on this one, whereas you wouldn't be able to do a 5 loop with a 1 mil.
With a 1 mil on this one.
On that one, because I didn't go any higher than 3 loop.
With a 1 mil on the quarter
because
inch.
of the thickness of the wire, it just makes it more difficult. But this one, you can see. You could go all the way up to the 12. You could do a 2, right? And you could do that and have larger beads. You could do whatever you want. You can do everything you can do on that one. On the smaller one, but there's more options
because you've got so many more different things, and you've even got 2 anchor areas. So if you wanted to do loads of different colours,
you could do multiple colours.
Multiple colours, because if you see, we saw earlier how to use the anchor hole in our first designer. You can see you've got 2 in here, whereas this Lazy Daisy just has 1. So you could do multicoloured really easily.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's that you use it exactly the same as you use this one. Yeah. No difference at all. You do need to, it does come with a little pin.
Yes, it has got the pin with it.
If you're going to do a 12 loop, you need that pin because you are constantly having to lift that wire up because it's so condensed.
It's so in there.
That being said, I've done an 8 loop and that's just been really nice and easy, and this is a 6 loop.
6 loop.
And again, it's really nice and easy because you've got so much space to work around.
Fab.
So, but it does depend on the look you want to go for.
I see.
Because if I wanted to go for that more condensed look, I would do the 6 loop on this one.
On the smaller one.
Yeah, if I wanted it to have that real compact look.
But for a more sort of open look, go for the larger one. We are going to be showing you how to work with this. We showed you in our first inspiration as well, but it does actually come with an instruction booklet also, which is really easy to follow and even has photographs there just to help you out, including sketched designs as well as to how to use this. So it is really simple to use. What I would say is I've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 people with it in their baskets. It's really important you check out because we've had plenty of you purchasing this. We knew it will be a popular one. Do stay tuned. Your drawer plates, your brand new drawer plates are coming through so soon as well. So how different was this to work with? If you've worked with this and then this one, it's just the same?
Just the same, exactly the same. You know, the difference is obviously you've got more open space. It's going to give a different result.
Yeah.
But they're exactly the same, and it's really nice to be able to work with this one. The diagrams in there shows you the way that you can do your different layouts. So if you wanted to do an 8 loop where you would put the wires, you know, it shows you all your different options of
where to
get the different weaves. So you know, and it's just, again, it's nice to have that option. It's nice to be able to create that wider weave. And again, with this, so I'm going to take this one off. Give me, sorry, 2 seconds.
That's okay. Tell you what, whilst you're over there, how about I get your pricing for you? Brand spanking new. It's yours to own today. 12 looper, 1/2 inch, £24.95 for you on this today. Now, I did my research on this tool earlier on, and we found some for £25.95, some for £26.95.
Yeah.
We found one for £18.95. However, that was to be shipped from America, which of course means it's going to take quite a long time. Of course, with us, you're looking 4 to 5 days. And it was £7.70, wasn't it, for postage?
Yeah, it took out to about £27, didn't it?
So it came out to about £27.
And that's assuming you don't get customs. Because if you buy it internationally, sometimes you do have to pay customs on the item coming in.
Right.
And you, as the purchaser, have to pay that customs,
that extra amount. And what can that be?
It's just like a tax.
Right.
So it's like 20% or so. I'm not 100% sure because I don't tend to order from overseas anymore for that reason. You know, unless I really have to. But it's you know, it's not guaranteed. It's random.
But it might. It might happen. Yes. But it might happen. So do treat yourself to this today. Feel free to do your research. We did it earlier on, and genuinely this one is the best price we can find for you. And it's only £2.95 on postage and packaging, no matter how much stuff you purchase today before midnight. £24.95. There's probably 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 with it in your baskets. Make sure you keep checking out for this, and you can create this gorgeous look and so much more that we have on the make on this beautiful necklace. And we'll show you the different look that lovely Laura has created with this too. And that was with the 6 loop, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Fab.
So the reason I ran over there was, you know, our lovely Easter egg challenge. Because you've got that larger weave, because it is larger, you can put larger gemstones in it.
That's 14 mil.
You know,
that gemstone is 14 mil.
So you can place the gemstones in if you wanted, and then you could sort of reduce it down and have that caged effect. So you could put your stone in, sort of reduce the wire. You'd have to do it by hand because obviously you wouldn't be able to draw the wire through if it had large gemstones in it. But then you could then just naturally reduce it down, put another gemstone in and reduce it down and have it almost like the mesh effect, you know, what you can do with the mesh. So that's an idea. Now I think I'm going to be able to get it back out.
That's fab, because those are 14 mil, those gemstones. This is coming up for the challenge, don't forget. You had those 3 strands of 14 mil. It's fab that they can go through this.
It is, yeah. So what I'm going to do is just remove it from the daisy.
Just by snipping the top again?
Yep, just by snipping it. So we've mentioned the conditioning cloth, and so I'm just going to show, you know, again, I've got my little tail here. Now I'm going to keep that, just because I can use it to anchor to the core wire, because there's an actual wire that runs through the whole of that.
The whole thing, and it goes up to do the loop as well,
so it makes it complete. So I like to keep the little tail for that, because it means that I can just anchor it if I want to. So the conditioning cloth, it's just to settle the weave down and to settle the links and to make it a little bit more uniform. So you just gently, but you can be gentle because I'm using 0.4 here. So as I'm doing this, I'm actually almost reducing it a little bit myself. And that's what comes with, you know, this is what comes with the draw plate. It comes with the actual kit.
I see.
Okay. So what I want to do now is show you how we can draw it through. I'll let you have the honours.
Thanks. I'm excited. I've not done this before.
Oh, have you not?
No.
Oh, bless.
No one ever lets me get involved.
Oh.
Only you. No one else trusts
I'm
me.
only stupid enough to, that's why, yeah. I'm going to let you have that and you can take that home and finish off the back. And
then pretend I've done the whole thing.
Yeah.
Fab.
Right. So when you draw this through a draw plate, it doesn't matter what draw plate you use. You know, we've got a different draw plate. It doesn't matter. You know, doesn't have to be used with this one. You know, you can use it with any. Now, if you see the ends, this is how you can tell. This is your start point, because it's got like the little loops. Okay, and this is the end point because it's just, you can see where the weave is continuing. So you want to make sure that you draw through. From the start point. You don't want to use that end because you're going to go against all of the weave. You're going to go in the wrong direction. I tend to almost sew all the loops together. So I've got 6 loops. So I'm just taking 0.4 wire. Now if you've got it in a different colour, use it in a different colour because then you can snip it away. You can see it easier.
Okay, that's a good tip.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm just literally bringing the wire through, the same piece of wire, and I'm just catching all of the loops together. Okay, and then when I pull it, they'll all go together.
How clever is that?
Okay, so go on, I'm going to let you do it.
So wait, do I start with the thickest? I've got this draw plate and conditioning cloth coming up in a moment for you.
So what you need to do is start off with the hole that you think is the most suitable.
Which is the most
similar?
To
the size, yeah.
Okay,
the most similar to the size. Now I've got 3 wires there. I'm just going to twist them together just to stop them from. So you want to find, so probably that one, which is 7 and.
So 7 and a bit, and then I'm just pulling it.
Just pull it.
Ooh.
So put it through about 2 to 3 times.
With the same one?
Yeah, just to.
Do you know what? It is satisfying direct to bend. It feels lovely, and I like the noise. Can you hear it? Oh.
I tell you what, it makes.
Can I go down one?
Yeah, now you need to start going down.
Don't even want to stop now.
So it makes.
And you can see how much different that's becoming.
Now, depending on your how you want to put your stones in, really. So go down one more time.
Okay, good.
This is like getting carried away.
Look how different. Can you see? This is obviously the before. Well, it's gone through the smaller ones, but look how much different. That's just one gradient down.
And it's just changed as well.
And it's changed so much. This looks so much more compact, and this one much spacier. How exciting! Yeah.
Okay. So do check if you are going to put your gemstones in. Now with this one, I literally just pop my gemstones in. So I wanted them to have that movement. I wanted them to be able to bless.
I don't know why it makes me so happy. It just does.
I wanted them to be able to have that sort of movement running around. Now, I got a little bit carried away with that one. There's like tons in there. But, you know, you could have a couple in there.
And just have the movement.
And then just have that movement so that they're going around like this, or you can fill it right up. It's up to you, so you can see that. Okay.
I will bring you this draw plate and the conditioning cloth now. Now I've got the larger ones coming out, but if perhaps you're newer to it, or perhaps like we said earlier, you just want to have a go, then get your hands on this. Maybe you've not got the conditioning cloth. We saw you use the conditioning cloth. Talk to us about why that's important.
Well, it's just nice to be able to, you know, settle that wire and just to condition it down really, and just to make that finish better really.
Yeah.
That's all.
It just gives a bit of a better finish. So you've got the draw plate, like we said, you've got the really large size here, and then you can draw it down right to this very, very small size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different size holes we have on this for your draw plate. And you get the conditioning cloth as well, just to settle, like you said, the links and to give it a bit of a better look. Oh, what's this one?
So that is it drawn through on the very finest, but this is a simple 3 loop on the smaller rod.
Okay.
and you can see how it then becomes like a chain.
Yeah, it really does.
And that's just a free loop, and that's been drawn through on the very smallest setting.
The smallest one on here.
Yeah.
So it's still really dramatic. And also when you draw it through, of course, it will grow essentially,
Yeah,
won't
it does. It does. So you have to take that into
stretches
account.
it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do as much.
No, you don't, but you do still need to make sure that you. I tend to allow it to be if I want a necklace, and I want to sort of say an 18-inch necklace, I would reduce it by about 2 inches. So I'd probably only do about 16. I'd rather have it too long and then use the excess to make a ring or earrings or something like that. If you're doing it, if you're just sitting down and doing it, just do them as long as you can sort of bear to do, really.
Yeah.
And then you can cut it. You can cut it pre-drawn or drawn. You can have the sections however you want them to be.
That's brilliant. So for the plate, 11 hole and the conditioning cloth, the price £9.95 is the price you will be paying after today. We're doing you an introductory price. We've never done these together. We've always sold them as a whole kit. So today you're getting a quid off. Introductory price £8.95, but it's introductory only. You won't be paying that after 9 o'clock. It'll be back up to £9.95, and I've got a text in as well. £8.95. Get it whilst you can. I paid £40 for my large lazy daisy just last year. Hugs from Karen. Karen, stick with us, love. You'll be fine. £8.95 is your introductory price. £1 off today. Get it whilst you can.
Okay, so that pretty much is it. And what I'll do, as have we got a couple of minutes?
We've got about 3.
Oh wow. 3. Well, what I'll do then is I'll just talk through what I did.
Between 3 to 4, does that make it any better?
Not really, because you've just
How
talked
about
over
5?
about a minute of it.
How about 5?
No, it's fine. So you can see that I've put the pendant on so it can fit. So you do need to make sure that you can still get that pendant to sit on the chain.
Yeah.
Fill it up however you want to fill it up, and again you could probably reduce it a tiny little bit more if you'd wanted to.
Okay.
And then what I did 2 sections of free loop weave using the 1mm wire. Okay, and then I drew both of those through, and I did use the smaller tool for that. But what I did was I took a long piece of wire, created that hook.
Yeah.
Not the hook, sorry, the clasp.
Mm-hmm.
I then put this piece of weave on and attached it, and then drew the wire through so it actually reduced on the base wire.
I see.
Okay. Then I fed the wire through this section here, and it does go through, because if you look closely you can see it just behind all of those little gemstones.
Oh yeah, if you really
look.
You can a little bit, yeah.
Okay, then when you add this part on, I needed to draw this part through, and I needed to draw it through and still keep it on the wire. Because when you draw that through, it really condensed down. It's really hard to feed the base wire through, so that's why I had to find a way of doing it. So I put it on, anchored it with just a little piece, just a little tail of it to the wire, and then drew the whole lot through. Because this has already been reduced, and this has already been reduced, and they're pretty much the same width.
Yeah.
So it all goes through, and I didn't put these little decorative bits on until the very end.
You've attached them separately with 0.4.
Yeah, well then, this little tail here.
Clever.
And the only reason I've done that is just because I've sewed the 2 ends together to make sure that there's no movement. So I've sewn the 2 sections of knits together, and then just to hide that, I just did a little ring of gemstones.
That's really clever though.
But I just wanted to explain how, because I don't want people to do the sections and then go, well, why can't I get that wire through? Because you won't get the 1mm core wire through once you've drawn it.
No.
So hopefully that makes sense, and if it doesn't, then just give me a shout.
That makes so much sense to me anyway.
Somebody can do it then.
Well, yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful design. What I would say is this $8.95 on my screen at the moment, that's going real quick. You're going to have to be fast to get your hands on it, and also going to have to be fast actually to get your hands on the brand new Lazy Daisy Viking Knit. It was $24.95. Lovely Karen said she got she paid £40 last year for hers. Do not fear, Karen. $24.95. Get another one. Is it too late to send the other back? possibly. £24.95. This is £8.95 for your draw tool and your cloth as well. And brand spanking new ones coming up after the break too. Thank you very much for showing us all of that, Laura. Have I got a message in, did you say before? That's all right. We have, yeah. We can squeeze one in. This is lovely designs. Can you add in more wire for the base? 7 wires instead of 5, and that is from Mariette. Hello, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you could. You can just keep going. You know, you can make a really lovely statement cuff bangle. You know, put as many as you want. You just continue the same rhythm, going all the way up and then all the way back down. It doesn't matter. You can do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You just keep going. I take 12. It you're on or 12. So you are referring to this, aren't we? I'm assuming you're referring to this, but yes, you can go right the way up.
You could go a huge
as many as you want.
Amount on here.
Yeah.
How about a top tip?
I gave them all away.
What? No, not from you.
Oh,
from Glenys. Glenys done your job for you. No, I
was
giving them all away.
I was like, I don't know any.
Hi, JM crew. I bought the gem setting toolkit and use the large wooden clamping tool for holding my wires in place. Enjoying the show, Glenys. Thank you.
Thank you. I've actually done the same. I bought mine today because I think I saw something like that, and I got one. That's what I was looking at upstairs, and it is a very good alternative as well. So yeah, good tip.
Thank you for messaging us in. Join me after the break. A brand new tool, gemstones, wire, and more, including a challenge. See you after this.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Today I've been on the Wirework for Beginners course and it's been really helpful to me. I've bought wire and I've bought tools and not really had the confidence to use it because I'd feel like I was wasting it. So to come along and be shown exactly what to do and have one-to-one tuition has been brilliant for me, and it's really given me the confidence to go ahead with my jewellery making now.
Welcome back to Designer Inspiration. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Becky and I will be your presenter for the next hour. We're joined by the ever so lovely Laura Beading. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
How is the challenge?
I've done 2 things now.
Have you? By me.
I've done a ring, especially for you.
Yes! What size is it?
Chunky size.
Chunky size, that's my favourite size. I have got for you wire, new tools and gemstones in this section, including a beautiful strand which you could actually use with that designer inspiration we've just seen there. Have a little look. I really like this look. Could you, I am right in saying, of course this is solar quartz, you can see that a mile off, can't you, because it's got almost this sort of rippling effect. But could you use this for your design, Laura? Yeah. And how?
Oh, come on, I love anything like that. So I would just, you can use that exactly the same. You'd have to just find the drill hole. What I would probably do is use it to go straight down, to have the drill hole going from top to bottom, and then just bring it down. And then you could anchor it around, as we did when I secured it at the back.
Yeah, I see.
Blend it in, bring it back up. You could probably, you know, so you can do something like that. But yeah, they're beautiful stones.
They are really pretty, and I think they just, maybe if you want more of a nice light tone, more of a subtlety, then the white might be more for you.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, if you don't want that blue, if you want to take away, because that makes it look quite Egyptian. So if you want to take away from the sort of Egyptian look, you can change the colour of the stone, change the colour of the wires.
Maybe if you're into Frozen, has been suggested in my ear.
Oh,
you
bless.
love Frozen, don't you, Laura Binding? Have you seen the film Frozen?
At least I've got children, that's why I love the film.
Producer Pip just loves it. Frozen. I haven't seen it yet.
Have you not?
No.
I'll
It's the best-selling animation of all time, apparently.
It is, and you know, all the merchandise as well. It's all going like super limited. I've happened to have something that a lot of people want.
Oh!
Only because my friend went and bought it for me for Kayla's birthday, which is not until June.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness!
She got it in January, so I was quite proud of myself. It's sold out everywhere. I can't even get it in America now. I can't say what it is, just in case she's watching. Was it at school holidays?
Or in case she has a queue of people outside of her house, like, please let me have one.
Yeah, it's an exclusive and it's sold. Yeah, so it's mad.
Wowzers! Gosh, you're good, aren't you? How organised are you?
I'm not. It's only because my friend was like, I was like, oh, I need to get one of those. She went and got it for me. I'm not organised.
She's lazy pair.
I can't drive and it's like miles out.
That's true. All right, fair dues. 140 carats worth of your solar graduated quartz. Your price on this strand today, just £7.95. That's cracking, isn't it? 5 I've got on my strand. 140 carats worth you'll definitely get in total. NK, are you? 63 is the code on it today. NK, are you 63? And I've got something coming up that you've all been waiting for. £7.95 for this today. Where are we heading to next, love? Brand new drawer plates. Now, well, back in stock. If you haven't managed to get this, you are, oh my days. If you have slinky eyes, like eagle eyes, you will have noticed that this says 2 on it. You can't tell initially, it looks just like 1, but there are 2. Look at the amount of sizes you get on this. Now, the other one had 11. This one has got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 different sizes. Now, what is this going to make a difference, Spellbind?
It just gives you a bit more of a variety of sizes that you can reduce the chain down to, and also it just makes it more gradual as well. So it's going to be, you know, it's really minimal each step as opposed to sort of going from that to that to that. So it makes it easier just to blend it down.
I see. You can see all the measurements on there as well, and they're just sort of a 0.5 of a amount different. How amazing would it be to do, by the way, the new lacy daisies at the bottom, how amazing would it be to do like a graduated necklace chain and sew them all together, different colours, but then you could have starting off with it really thick and then going down gradually, maybe looping, lots of loops.
Yeah. Would be very good. You could have a go at that, couldn't you?
Yeah. I'll let you know how it goes.
Let's know how it goes.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2 people with it in baskets. Let's give you the price, shall we? They're back, they're loved, and they're just £7.95 for these today. That is so special. The smaller one, great if you're starting off with the conditioning, then of course you need that, great, that's fine. That was £1 extra, but it only has 11. This one, I would just say 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 different sizes on this. It's gonna give you, well, 30 different looks essentially, isn't it?
Well, if you think this one, because the smallest, what's the smallest size on that one?
A tiny 1.5.
Yeah, so the smallest on this one is 1/8. So I think that's obviously not going to be as small. So that one, I could really reduce the chain down. So this one I could take even smaller.
Wow.
So I took this down to the smallest I could on this drawer plate.
Yeah.
But you could reduce it even smaller on that one. So you could get a real
intricate,
yeah, like a real proper
tight chain. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
proper chain. Hey, just a question. Square wire,
Yeah.
Lazy Daisy.
I've not used it. You could. There's no reason why you couldn't. It's going to give a different look, but I don't know whether it's going to be as obvious that you've used square wire.
Because I'm wondering when you draw it through the drawer plate, because it is square, when you twist it, you can see the edges more, can't
I've
you?
got a little bit of
close
square
together.
wire at home, so I'll have a little play.
Give it a go.
Give it a go.
That's your homework.
That's my
I've
homework.
had my
is it?
homework.
Yeah, you can just do a massively long graduated Viking.
30 different graduations.
I'll just experiment with a bit of square wire. That sounds like
that's
ideal.
fair. £7.95 for you today. There's absolutely loads of you, as you can see on the screen, purchasing these. Someone's brought 3. Do you do parties? Are you buying it for your friends? Do you have a beading group? And you want everyone to have a go? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 people still with it in their baskets. Make sure you're checking out for me. I don't want you to miss out on these. They are back in stock, but it doesn't mean they're going to stay in stock very long, judging by how popular these have been so far this afternoon. £7.95, and also perhaps miniature ping pong.
You actually look like you were about to say something really, really like intellectual.
Really profound.
Yeah. Yeah. Bing bong.
No. Bing bong. £7.95 for you with these ones today. Oh, there's even more of you. Hey, isn't that weird? As soon as I said miniature ping pong, I swear about 6 more people put this in their basket.
I dare.
Yeah, because the kids are on the school holidays, aren't they? So they're probably like, let's keep the kids entertained.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
£7.95. I've got Rebecca, Donna, Hazel, Teresa, Julie, Nesta, Julie, Bogner, Tracy, Monica, Rachel, Susan, Glenys, Susan again. No way, that was Monica and Rachel next to each other like us in Friends. One of them, no, they're not watching from New York. No, I'm not going to ask how Joey is. These are the things, where's Chandler? These are the things I get in my ear. No, Rachel's from Cornwall. And Monica,
Norris?
oh, Monica and Beverly, they're from Middlesex. Phoebe is not there, Pip. Lorraine, Eliza, Kate, Anne, Jane, Stephanie, Julie, loads and loads and loads of you. What I will say is if you've got it in your baskets, just check it out for me. You're going to get a totally different look with these. And actually, you know what? Because they've got this handle, you've got the grip there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because with the long one,
yeah,
so you were going right at the
sort
bottom, you sort of have to do it a bit upside down, don't you?
Yeah.
Whereas with this, it's got your
a good
grip.
sort of grip, yeah.
Because of course, especially if you're going to be using, say, the 1mm wire with that brand new Lazy Daisy,
Yeah.
the 12 looper, if you're going to be using 1mm with that one, You're going to have a good strength on it, aren't you?
That is, it's a good point, because when you do use a 1mm, it is harder to pull it through the drawer plate itself. So again, they would be good because you can do it gradually, because they're not such a big jump from one to the other, so you could really gradually reduce it. But also, if you've got a vise or something, you can put the handle in, and then you can use both your hands to sort of.
Really good tip. That is a fab tip. And it is something as well that kids can get involved with. Because, you know, I did this. I drew it through the drawer plates.
So if Becky can do it, all the kids can do it too.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Totally true. £7.95. It's a good job I like her, isn't it? £7.95 for these 30 different sizes, 2 paddles. Make sure there's about 20 of you with it on the web. You need to check out, because I've got to move on now. £7.95 for you. Enjoy these. There's still loads of you there. Stay where you are. The graphics are about to go out. YEBD29 is the code on it, so do not worry. It's going to go off screen. Started out with 200. I'm now under 100. So over half of my stock's now gone. So do get your hands on it. Elegantly done. It is about to go, but do not worry, because you've still got a chance to own it. Just stay where you are on the phone lines for us. I have got Monday Madness now. Loads of bundles, loads of price slashes. This is a serious saver section, starting off with lapis lazuli. Double in these beautiful plain squares. 85 carats worth on each, which is 170 in total. Both of them are 24 centimetre strands, and they're from around 3x1 to 6x1. Now these are the same strands you'll be able to see. This shape's a relatively new one. Well, we don't see it that often at all, do we?
No.
So what are you thinking of doing with this shape for people who haven't worked with it before? Because I think you'll agree, the amount of colours you can see, and also the way the light shimmies across, is so interesting, so eye-catching.
Well, again, there's something that you would want to use to the best, aren't they, really? So you would want to sort of maybe keep them in the bracelet, or have them as little drops on a necklace. Yeah. You know, you could have them coming down and have gemstones. You had that beautiful citrine earlier. Yeah. Like the little drops. The drops. So you could have those on a little eye pin, and then a little drop of the citrine, and you get that really lovely, rich sort of look. Oh, I love. And use gold and really bring out all the sort of colour tones. Something like that. And again, earrings. Again, you could make a little stacker on a ring. A fab. I love that. Yeah. Stacker? Stacker. Stacker ring. I love the sound of that. Now, if you are... You make me smile, Laura. Now, the lovely thing with lapis lazuli is it is something that's synonymous with royalty and synonymous with prestige, essentially, because if you think back to a time where, you know, there was Michelangelo painting, in those times, to get that beautiful blue hue, it was actually crushed up to create a paint, this gemstone was, which meant that a lot of the paintings around that time, it was so prestigious to have this lapis blue in your painting. It was very much a way of sort of showing off. It's why a lot of the very regal and also some of the biblical paintings by people such as Michelangelo at that time, it was lapis that was crushed up to kind of show prestige and almost to be so eye-catching and different. Now, the price on this today, you're not going to have to be royalty to own it. I can tell you that for nothing. Monday Madness, 2 strands for just, on the nose, £9. On the nose, £9. Now, do not expect to be paying that again for these 2. It won't be. This is a Monday Madness price today, and it's just £9 for the 2 strands. If you haven't worked with this shape before, and now is your chance, for £9 on the nose, Monday Madness, 170 carats of lapis lazuli in the plain squares. You could see it just shimmering away. I love the kind of royal blue that you've got in there, but then you've got this gorgeous gold. Oh wow, hey, we've just had a message in saying that there is, there's 33 holes on this drawer plate.
Because one's got 15, that's the one I counted and I just doubled it. But the other one's got 18 actually. So 33 in total on these draw plates. That's even more homework. Thank you very much. Who messaged that in? Gail, thank you, Sweet Pea. £9 on these 2 strands. Get it whilst you can for Monday Madness today. We've had some messages in, people requesting wire from us today. How do you feel about 40% off 300 metres? And apparently it's your favourite gauge, says Pip, 0.8.
It's the most versatile, you can do anything with it. So it's brilliant for making rings, findings, anything like that really. And it is one that I think you could do, if you had a reel of 0.8 and gemstones, you could pretty much create anything.
So have you made findings with this?
Yeah.
Laura Bindings created findings.
Oh gosh. It always amuses me how you all find it funny that it rhymes with findings.
And we
Everybody.
always have a little chuckle when you say, and I'm just binding this together.
I know you do.
Laura Bindings binding. Ooh. It's the little things.
It is. As long as it amuses you.
300 metres, and you've got the gold, the bronze, and you've got the copper as well. All 0.8, 100 metres on each. 40% discount you're going to be getting today. Should be price is £74.85 because it's one of our thicker gauges and it's 300 metres worth. So £74.85 if you went on the website right now. We're taking every penny off we can. £44.91. That's a 40% discount on this today for 300 metres. And we've said it's so versatile, it's so usable. If I was to use this on my Lazy Daisy, what effect would I be getting?
You would get sort of the same as the 1 mil,
yeah,
but it would be a little bit easier to use.
Yeah.
And obviously be slightly more flexible, a little bit more giving. So
yeah,
when you use the 1 mil, it is quite sort of solid. But when you use the 0.8, you'll get that more sort of flexible piece as well.
Yeah, so a bit more movement to it.
Yeah.
8 mil, 300 metres, 40% saving. £44.91 for you today. And it's lovely to be able to get the mixed metal looks, because we said earlier, the kind of steampunk mixed metals, it's really big at the moment.
It is, and I mean, to me, they're 3 perfect tones to go together. Yeah, so you've got the copper and you've got the gold. The antique bronze and copper are my absolute favourite combination.
Are they?
Yeah, because what have I got here?
Go on, what have you got?
That.
Oh, you had that on before.
Yeah,
I did spy it.
I know you did, and I quickly took it out yesterday.
I know, yeah, I noticed. This.
But it's just to show the contrast of
antiques, bronze and copper.
Yeah. So you get the flash of the copper coming through. So to me, they're the perfect. That's more subtle.
Yeah.
If you want to go for that obvious, and you can mix the gold.
Mix the gold in with it.
Yeah, I mean obviously that's the that's using 0.4 and 1 mil, but then that being said, you can still use the 0.8 if you wanted to do weaving. You've got, if you bought that and you had the gold 0.4.
Yeah.
You could use that with those.
Use that with that.
But can I have that ring back?
Oh no! How have you just noticed?
Because I know what you're like. You're like a little gypsy.
£44.91.
Thank you.
ZUGC 78 for you today. 40% discount on this. Get it whilst you can. Because now, how do you feel about some opal? Hello, colour play. Oh wow, wowzers. I do not think I've ever said this before. Ethiopian opal with colour play in the chocolate opal. Normally it's just the milky, isn't it? Or the clear. Yeah. But I wonder if you can get it. Please, cameras, get this. Oh, you can see a little bit of pinks. I can see loads to the eye, but isn't it unusual to get these pink slashes in between the darkest ones? Ethiopian opal is one of the trickiest opals in the whole world to get your hands on. Maybe you watched the BBC One programme, I think it was last week, this time last week, wasn't it? It was Monday at 9 o'clock. Might still be on iPlayer, have a little look. In fact, the second one's on tonight, isn't it? Or was it on last night? Oh, I can't remember. But have a little look on iPlayer, it should still be on there. And they actually showed you how they collect, that was Australian opal, but it's Ethiopian is done very much in the same way, but it's even more sort of stressful in a sense. Because what they do is, there's the cliff drops that can be 50 metres deep, 50-metre drop, and they actually abseil down the side of this rock to collect these. It's so much hard work, as you can imagine, and also very skilled to be able to catch this, because again, if you did see that Treasure Hunters on BBC, you might have been able to see there that he was looking and couldn't find any in that big pit that he went into. One, because it is tricky to see, and two, because especially with this colour, it's so encrusted and so similar to the gems, well, the ground around it. It's really hard to find. The fact that you've got a lengthy 30cm strand of this is exceptional. If you, like me, are really interested in opal, there's so much you can read up on about opal. What I would say is, if you're going to read on opal, look at that green. Oh, gorgeous. If you are looking at reading up about opal, what I would suggest is you read a book that was written in maybe the last 10, maybe 15 years, just because a lot of the information we know now about opal, a lot of the myth and lore behind it now as well, has changed quite dramatically. So if you are going to get something to read up on, do have a little look for a more recent book. 30cm strand, 40 carats worth, faceted rondelles, 4x2 to 7x3. The price? £17.95 on this for you. And the colour play you're getting, I wish you could see it on this brown, because you've got red opalescence, which is the rarest and most sought after. You can see tiny, tiny pops of red, but I've got serious fiery amount. Spellbind, can you come over here, please? Will you come and have a little look? Are you all right?
Yeah.
Are you dressed?
Yeah, no, I fell off.
Oh, it was falling off. Look, how unusual is that to see?
Oh yeah, it's like it's sparkly,
isn't it?
Oh, do you know what it reminds me of? The Stella Flash.
Yes.
That we've got, but that we use for the enamel.
It does.
It looks like that.
It really
That's what
does.
it reminds me of.
Thanks.
Come.
£17.95. There's plenty of you on the phone lines for this. I love it too. And to get opal for, to be honest, to get opal for under 30 quid is astonishing, isn't it? Genuinely. And Ethiopian, £17.95. How about bringing to you another Monday Madness? Monday Madness double strander. You've got in here your centre drilled puffy ovals, would we describe them as? These ones. Plain rondelles. 2x1 to 5x2, 28cm strand, 30 carats worth of that onyx. And then you've got these gorgeous drops, 80 carats worth on here. Onyx is so interesting because it's got such a strength of colour. It's got such a saturation, but the transparency is still there. You still see the light shining through here. And I know when you get it home, you'll be able to see it even better. But you've almost got this internal glow effect to it. 110 carats worth in total, because you've got 30 on that strand and 80 on this one. The price, Monday Madness price, you're going to love it. £11.50 on the nose. Everything we can take off. Brand new bundle for you here today. WEGC04 for you. It's got beautiful springtime colours. Add a pop of colour to your designs. How do you feel about going lower? That's not the price it should be, by the way. It shouldn't be £11.50. It was more than that. £11.50 looks weird. Let's do a tenner. £10 for these two today. Every single penny we could take off, we have. £10 on these two for you. 28cm strand on that beautiful rondelles as well. Tenner on the nose. It should have been over £11.50. That was a Monday Madness price. We've taken it as low as we can for you right now though. £10 on the nose. That's all you're going to be paying for these two strands. And what about using them maybe as space as the rondelles, or perhaps even a cluster around the top of the drops might look interesting. What about simply stranded like this, one slightly dropped lower than the other? £10 for two of these strands. Beautiful green onyx, 110 carats. In this box, oh hello, let me get it out of this bag. Sterling silver. If you got that wire earlier on, you might want to keep up the 925 with these. I always think they look like poinsettias, these. Have a little look. 925 flower connectors. So for people who've maybe not worked with a connector before, Spellbind, what are we suggesting?
Well, anything you want really. So if you've got two pieces there, I would think of a little pair of earrings.
Oh, cute.
So I would think, you know, like those green onyx that you just had.
Yeah.
Just pop one of those drops.
Yeah.
Have one of those drops come in just like that, and then hang it straight directly from the ear hook. That's all you need.
That's clever.
Simple.
That was my meerkat impression. Simples. 2925 flower connectors, 19 by 14 mil. Two of these. 925, they're so beautiful, high end, real quality. 925 is the highest quality we can bring to you. Of course, there is like your fine silver and your Britannia silver, which is a higher percentage of silver. However, when we're creating such detailed connectors like this, your connector, if we were to make it with say 99.9% silver, it'd be likely to just move and meld out of shape if you were to use it as a connector or a pair of earrings even. It's too malleable. So this is the highest quality we can bring to you for this wonderful, wonderful price. £6.95 for these two. PZGP14. You've got two of them. And do you know what? How about a ring? Yeah. Yeah? Because it's 925 as well, it is malleable if you wanted to. All you'd have to do is warm it up with your fingers and then bend it around, say, your mandrel, and then attach it on maybe with a little bit of wire wrapping at the back.
Yeah. Just form a band and then just attach it to the band, so you can form a very simple band.
Yeah.
And then just use a finer wire just to attach it.
I love the idea. And also, these are great for earrings if you wanted to, because the back of them isn't ugly. The back of them's really nice. It's more of a simplistic flower on the back as well, so they are double-sided. Actually, I quite like them that way as well, you know. I don't know why, but that feels a bit more modern to me. And that's a bit more traditional. Yeah. Yeah.
Has it got a tiny little hole in the middle or not?
No, it hasn't. It's got a little
groove.
Groove. £6.95 for you. Multiple double buyers on this today. Guess what though? I'm in my last chance saloon. Last chance saloon means I've got less than 30. So it's your last chance to purchase these now at £6.95 for some Monday Madness. Hang on, I'm just popping over here. Hello, my friend. Now, Spellbind, you've worked with something very similar to this recently, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell me what you created with, was it the same strand? It was a different shape, wasn't it?
It was a different shape, is that? Yeah, no, it was...
it's the coated carnelian.
It is the coated carnelian,
yeah.
I had sort of like the irregular nuggets, and I put 4 of them in a pendant with lots of little sections of woven, wire weaving with gold.
Yeah.
and it looks really nice together, and I just did it on a long chain so you can have it quite sort of wear it as a long pendant.
It's a very eye-catching strand, this, isn't it? I think we can all agree with that. What is it that kind of drew your eye to it?
I just love the metallic colours that are bounced. Again, for me, it's things, I like the fact that it's slightly unusual. It's a little bit more modern, I think, probably.
Yeah, I agree with
that. I like
that
sort of little bit more sort of, or a sort of funky look, really. I like the fact that it's got those metals. It's going to work with everything. And I love carnelian as well.
This, just talking about how modern it is, this for me is a kind of in-between strand. So, if you think of things like, you know, maybe your more traditional faceted drops that you might think to create something for, you know, maybe someone who's a little bit, you know, 30s, 40s. And then for the children, you have, well, I always think when I'm looking at like crackled quartz, you know, the really bright pinks and the blues that you do on multicolored. I always think of that as quite a fun strand for children. This is kind of a teenage strand to me. Yeah. This is kind of a teenage, very popular culture, very modern strand. Of course, it can be used for any age. Yeah, no, but totally. Do you know what I mean about that?
Yeah, but I think it's one of those that, again, you could make it sort of quite teenage. I think it's going to be really versatile. So you could actually team that with the right kind of metals, and you'd have a really good dramatic sort of going out look. Yeah. Or you can just keep it a little bit younger looking. Yeah. So you can make it however you want. Whatever really. You want. You can just add wire to it. You could just have them hanging as they are. I think they're just beautiful.
It's a really interesting strand, and I've gone with me. I'm sure there's plenty of you at home thinking that is nothing like what I've normally worked with before. I don't know if it's particularly my style, but I do think that this might be kind of a teenager's early 20s kind of strand. If I saw this on a stand, I instantly would be drawn in. Yeah. I would be going over, I will be looking, and to be honest, I will be buying. Yeah. The price, £7.95. KCRU05 for you. 70 carats worth today, faceted pairs, 7 by 6 to 17 by 11 mil, 16 centimetre strand for you, £7.95. Oh yeah, let's do that one now, please. This one. On your marks. That means get on the phone, hurry up, get set, go. This is your multi-gem strand, ruby, emerald and sapphire, ladies and gentlemen, on one strand. 20 carats worth in total. These are from 2x1 to all the way. It's an 18 centimetre strand. Oh, you've got to be quick though, because I'm already in my last chance saloon on this. I mean, it's 30 or left of this, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna have to be quick. Look at the gorgeous emerald tones. Look how royal and regal this blue sapphire is. It's almost got that cashmere blue to it, doesn't it? Gorgeous London tones running through as well. You've got bright yellow sapphire, and I tell you constantly how rare and how dire the situation is with sapphire and this yellow tone recently. And at the moment, I tell you time and time again, we've just been so lucky that we got our hands on this strand about 6 or 7 months ago, and that's why it's slowly coming through now. This is totally untreated, natural. Nothing. The orange one looks like Palaparacha sapphires, the rarest variety ever. I love your voice, Ed, down that microphone. It's so nice. You used to be a producer, of course. You've got this gorgeous tone. Ed, what have you got on tonight?
Actually, I've got a premier strand of sapphires, green sapphires.
Ooh.
Delicious.
Do not eat gemstones, but he says they're delicious. NUYY 75 for you today.
It is, in fact.
Oh, hello, go together.
Look at that, it's a very combination.
Look at that. They go well together, don't they? How do you feel, though, about getting this multi-gem strand? Think about it, how often do you see a multi-gemstone? Yeah, all right, I did one for you about 2 weeks ago, but it wasn't the same shape. But before that, I'd only ever seen it in a matrix box. Yours today for just £19.95. Rubies, emeralds, sapphires. Oh my! Did you get it? That was like a Wizard of Oz reference. Yeah, no one else got it. Oh, Ed got it. Good. Laura got it. Fine. Just no one laughed or smiled, that's all. 20 carats worth, less than £20 today. Think about it. Maybe you've always looked at strands of emeralds, rubies and sapphires. Even if you're going to be paying a tiny price of, say, £30 per strand, a strand of emerald, a strand of ruby, a strand of sapphire. To get your hands on all three, of course, you're going to be paying £90, say, let's say. And that then means that if you wanted to create a necklace with 3 of the big 4, you'd have to actually fork out 90 quid's worth. On this, yeah, of course you've not got as much as if you were going to buy 3 separate strands. Of course you've not. This is just one strand. But you've always got a taster there, a taster of the luxury. You've got almost, you know what this strand is? It's a bit like tapas. You don't know exactly which one you want to work with, but you can just have a little bit of everything. Maybe emerald. You've thought about it, you like green onyx, but you don't know about emerald. How easy is it to work with? How many things does it go with? Because of course, you know, it's emerald, it's a stereotypical emerald colour, isn't it? Maybe you haven't tried it out before. Give yourself a go. Maybe you've never been lucky enough to work with the rarest tone of sapphire before, this gorgeous orange. Maybe you're relatively new to jewellery making, and let's be honest, I think sometimes when you're a maker, if you're like me, I'm a creative, and I think as a creative, sometimes I can almost be a little bit precious about what I'm making. I can almost be a little bit like, are my designs worth that? Actually, am I good enough to get my hands on emerald, ruby and sapphire and work with them together? Because it's high price, and is it going to be good enough? What if it's not? This way, you can just give it a go for under 20 quid. And you're getting your hands on 3 of the big 4 in a multitude of colours. Don't just think about working these together. Don't get me wrong, you can. Have you seen Dior this season? Oh my days, Dior jewellery and Cartier as well, and Van Cleef as well, working with no pieces, hardly any pieces, or just one colour. Hardly any. You've got yellows, you've got creams, you've got reds, pinks, you've got maroons, all in one ring or one pendant. It's this multicoloured fascination that's just going crazy this season, absolutely crazy. But maybe that's not you. Maybe you're not that way inclined. Maybe you like one tone running through, you like symmetry, you like the look of things to be across all the same. The colours graduated for you. Just take off all the ruby. Just take off all of the really deep cashmere blue sapphire and then all of the lighter London blue sapphires and use them separately. You don't have to work with it all together. And ask yourself this as well. 925, tell you what, 925, you know the flower connectors, the 925 flower connectors. Say we did a pair of earrings and you dropped off, yeah, those ones there, and you dropped off 3 on each one, 3 of these. Maybe one of each, maybe an emerald, maybe a ruby, maybe a sapphire. For 925, honestly, how much would you sell a pair of earrings for with emerald, ruby and sapphire? If you have got in your head anything lower than £30, I think you're seriously underselling yourself. I really genuinely do. And that's just to use 6 of them. You're getting an entire strand for £20. With this strand, you can make your money back in one purchase and still have loads left. £19.95 is all you're paying, but I tell you what, 50% of my stock is now gone. I'm in my teens on this now. The amount I've got left, I'm so low in amount. £19.95. Now, Spellbind, we were talking before about 925 and about how people almost gravitate towards 925 a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Do you think it's the same with when it comes to high-end gemstones that they maybe recognise the name of?
Well, yeah, because it's recognisable, isn't it? And also, if you've got something like that, you've got a variety. So if you don't tend to make a lot of custom jewellery, or if you're just making for your friends and your family, you've got the higher end birthstones there.
Yes.
And so you haven't got to buy 3 different strands.
Yeah.
So you've got it all in one. So if you're only going to, you know, if you want to make one little gift for a friend whose birthday is whenever the stones are,
yeah,
you don't need to buy that whole strand just to make that one piece of jewellery. You've got that little section there, so you've got it.
I love that, and also that looks thoughtful as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Double buyers on this. Congrats if you are getting your hands on this, because do you know what? Even if you wanted to get, say, a strand amount, you could probably get, say, 3 of these, say, and you'd have your strand amount, and even then it wouldn't be £30 a strand, it would only be 20. Don't forget about that lady I told you about, was it last week or the week before, who came in to the workshop, and she had from us a strand, a 3-stranded necklace. There was 1 strand of emerald, 1 strand of sapphire, 1 strand of ruby. She bought it from us. She bought just a few strands, so she had the 3 strands of each. She paired it with 925. How much do you think? Bang on £500 she got it valued for. She went and got it professionally valued by an outsider, not one of her friends or family, an outsider, and it got valued at £500. That is special, isn't it? £19.95. It's the same quality. It's the same high-end quality as those strands. It's just you've got a lovely selection on here. £19.95 for you today. Monday Madness. You need to stay on the phone lines for that. We will be with you. And I'm going to give to you now a really interesting strand of aquamarine. I'm not one of those people that when they say interesting, I mean ugly, by the way. You know, some people are like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, I just mean it is interesting because it's the cut for me. It's got this beautiful graduated twist step cut in here. 120 carats worth of your aquamarine today. And it's got those aqua colours running through. One of the reasons it said it could be named that. Another reason is if you look at myths and legends and folklore, there is so much that kind of counts this in and draws it in, and it's also under the same bracket as sea life, really. Lots of stories of sailors and mermaids with this gemstone. Have a little look, it is really interesting. FCRU 56. It's Monday Madness, so I'm going to do you a price slash on this. The price you should be paying is £16.95, which is cracking because 120 carats and they're sizable, up to 11 by 7. The work it takes to create these shapes as well is really special. But I'm going to take a couple of quid off for you. Your price today is not £16.95. You're getting this for just £14.95 today. The step cut itself is beautiful, and the way it spirals up and around and just draws your eye in with this rectangular facet as well. It's just so special, and it's a special price. It's a discounted deal for you purely because it's Monday Madness. Monday, a lot of people find it a hard day, don't they? It's the start of the working week, but we like to make it a little bit sweeter here. £14.95. Add this to your order today. £2 off, £2 saved. Keep that, put it in your pocket. £14.95. I've got now, sticking with the same colour palette, sticking with the same colour tone, another one of Laura's favourites. Top drilled plain rounds. And you've actually quite enjoyed working with top drilled plain rounds recently, haven't you? Yeah. I've got this beautiful lengthy strand for you. 120 carats of Amazonite. Good code on that one, isn't it? BAGP00. 10 mil on these, 120 carats. How do you feel about the lowest price of the day so far? Get your hands on bag poo for just £5.45 today for this strand of Amazonite. £5.45. I've been told to clarify, we will not be sending you a bag filled with anything. You're just getting the strand, £5.45. It is a beautiful gemstone. It's just a shame about the code. They are generated by a computer, not a person. Lowest price of the day so far, £5.45. This is your lowest price deal on Designer Inspirations today. Amazonite is such an interesting gem. It's got a beautiful body of colour, totally opaque in this strand. Real mixture of tones as well, but plenty on here. The top drilled rounds, having a go, tips?
I would just treat them like a briolet, you know. Just you can, you know, cluster them and they'll sit in opposite directions if you sort of thread them together.
Yeah.
Treat them as you would a briolet. Pop a head pin through them, and you can just bend that up and create a loop. So,
I think
lots really, yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you another question? No.
No.
Oh, tough. Because it's not even from me.
Oh,
but you
well,
want
if
to
it's not from you, then that's fine.
How did I know that? Hello, Laura and Becky. Hello. This one is from, I cannot see from here, Aramid. Your name is so beautiful. Hello, Laura and Becky. Question, can I pull the knitted wire through the draw plate after adding gemstone? Thanks. Good question.
Yes, you could. There's a project on the second DVD where I actually add the wire and we do explain it properly. This is done slightly differently. You could, but you've got to be careful because they're just in there loose. They're going to possibly run out the other side.
Yeah,
because obviously, out. Yeah, roll out, run.
Although gemstones with legs would be hilarious.
You can imagine that, can't you? That's what my
That's what it feels like when you drop gemstone strands, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh, and they're gone. Especially sea beads. That's, yeah. But yeah, no, you could. But just bear in mind, obviously, that you know, to make sure that they're not going to roll out at the other end of the tube.
Yeah, I see. So you can do it. Thank you very much for your message. £5.45. Last chance to purchase from us. 120 carats worth for your Amazonite top drilled rounds. We've got double buyers on this again. Lowest price. But I've got under 50 of these now. I had way more than that, way more. Monday Madness, we've been doing crazy prices for you all day. Imagine this maybe paired actually with that challenge. I'm going to bring you the challenge in a bit. But what about pairing it with the Sodalite from the challenge? I'll bring you this in a bit. 3 strands. Or even aquamarine. What about that emerald that I had on for under 15 quid? They'd be nice as well. Yours today for £5.45. I told you at the start of the show this was coming. You've waited patiently. It's an exceptional presentation star buy. I have got for you 6 sturdy, professional looking display boxes. 6 of these as your presentation boxes. Have a look at them for me. It's strengthened cardboard. You've got your little loops in here that you can just pop your fingers in so that you can slide this off to reveal a velvet-like feeling base. And also, if I put my fingers in here, you'll be able to see as well your 2 pieces of elastic. This is perfect as a display bracelet box. Let me show you. Because all you have to do is if you pop it out, obviously imagine, you can see how thick that is as well. That is some thick, beautiful foam on the base of that velvet feel. Let me just show you as an example. Of course, this is my gorgeous opal, but imagine this was a bracelet or even a necklace piece actually. if I slot them in there, this is how you do it. So you pop it underneath and have a look. How gorgeous does that look now? It looks professional. It looks high-end in this, doesn't it? And obviously it will just stay in the box like that. You've got 6 of these. Of course they are described as presentation boxes, but you could, if you wanted to, purely use them for display purposes. Perhaps you don't have a bracelet holder. I know a lot of the time we do the necklace bust, don't we? But it's really only at trade shows that you'll get the bracelet holders if you do. So how about having it in this in your stand? 6 of them you're going to be getting in total. Should be price. This is a star buy, so I'm going to do something low. I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to do something fun with this. It's not £11.70 today. Your price for 6 is a tiny £8.95 for you today to get your hands on 6 of these boxes. Imagine this, think of it this way. If you got yourself 5, 6, 7, 8 bundles of this today, okay, you could have on your stall the option to have a piece gift wrapped or to be done in this presentation box. What if you charged for one of these to have your piece put in there an extra £4? By the time you've sold off 2, you've paid for the other 4 pretty much that you've got. You could even, if you wanted to, just get yourself 1 pack and maybe save those for the presents for your loved ones, for your family, for your friends. How about maybe having this on as, if maybe you have a website, maybe for a month you just want to run something a little bit special. You know, buy a bracelet this month and you'll get it in a free presentation box. In these as well, because you've got the lids there, how about on the inside, what? Is that price rolling down? No, no, no. £6.95. It's all in the presentation bracelet boxes. £6.95. How much is that working out each? £1.30 something. That is, in fact, is it less than that? Come on, calculator Pip.
16.
£1.15 each per box. So, if you were going to sell these for extra, £4 per pop, you've made your money back so quickly. That is fab. And think about it this way as well. Take the lid off. You've got in here the actual size of the lid. That, to me, is a perfect size for a business card. You can just slot your business card in here. Maybe even have a line up. Maybe you could even get your own banner, just print it off. It's an A4 size pretty much, isn't it? Print that off, have your website, have your phone number, have your email address, maybe even have pictures of things that you've created in there. Attach it in. That way, if they do give it on as a gift, they've got all your information still. Someone else can have your information. Someone else can get in touch with you. £6.95. That is a stunner. It should have been closer to 12 for you today. I am nowhere near that. Should have been way closer than 12. £6.95. I have got triple buyers on this today. That is special. That is superb. And it's yours today. But tell you what, those 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people online, you're going to have to check out quickly. Quickly. Eee! I love presentation boxes. Do you know what it's like for me? Stationery. I love stationery as well. I'm glad you feel the same.
I do. Yay.
At the bottom of the screen is your challenge. How did you find this?
It's fun.
Now they're pretty sizable.
Yeah, they're quite chunky.
Really chunky. You had 3 strands, just to reiterate for you. You had your rondinite, you had your agate, and you had your sodalite. Your sodalite was the 500 carats, 700 over here, and 450 of the agate. £16.95 was your price on this. On these 3, it was a massive price slash. I'm sure it was around 14. Really amazing deal we've done for you on this. And they're all 14 mil as well. And look at what you've managed to create with all of them.
Yeah. So it's sort of 2 necklaces, A ring. See, it's Becky ring.
Oh my goodness, I love, and it's so out there.
It is out there.
Which is why I love it even more. Look
at
that.
It's the wrapped, nesty, kind of eggy kind of feel.
Eggy feel. Good.
Just completely unglamorised it, haven't I?
It's got a real nice eggy feel. Oh.
I was aiming for sort of, you know, the sort of eggs nests and kind of thing.
£24.85 I've just had as the it should be price on this at the bottom. £16.95 for you today. I love this bracelet.
Simple.
Talk to me.
It's just simple. It's a variation of one that we do on the cuff and bangle course.
Oh yeah.
And normally I use different size stones for that bracelet, but I've just used, because they're all the same size, I've just chosen, I've just put the, are they sodalite?
The sodalite, the
yeah,
blue
just
and
put
white,
the sodalite just in the centre, because they're all lovely soft colours.
Yeah.
So they all sort of blends, whereas the agate I felt were a little bit too sparkly. I want to change the look of it a little bit, so.
You have incorporated beautiful Viking knit in here. Do not forget, brand new tool today. If you missed out on it, we have still got a handful or three. Get your hands on it whilst you can. I love this piece.
Yeah, it's just that little section that we had, and I was just playing about really, and just there's just a lot going on, but you know, it's just to show what you can do.
Yeah,
to take all, you know, you can take these sections and just do it, break it down. But you know, I've actually Viking knitted over those gemstones, and you just had a play really.
Wonderful. Laurie, your star, when are you with us next?
The 27th.
Oh really?
Yeah. How about you again?
I hope so. I'll see if I can change that. I have had so much fun with you today. You're an absolute love. Thank you very much for joining us. You have got Ed with that beautiful sapphire coming up very soon. Stay where you are for the $6.95 wonderful presentation. I will see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker and welcome to the Late Show this evening. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to make it worth your while as ever here on the Late Show. We're going to be finding you add it to your order deals. The reason I say that is that we here at Jewellery Maker are only ever going to charge you one P&P per day, and if you paid your $2.95 for today, then we are going to allow you to maximise on that deal by finding a clearance product for each and every person out there. But we also have some very exciting launch products, as you have seen during Becky's final hour there, this gorgeous premier strand of green sapphire. And I must say a big thank you to Becky and Laura for the wonderful inspiration show that we've had this evening. And as soon as you've seen this gorgeous green sapphire, I'm going to let you all in to another little treat that we have on this evening's show, because oh wow, look at that, look at the way that green sapphire is sparkling. Fantastic. That's what we want from our elite gems of distinction